Yeah,
What
so
else?
basically, we're just gonna open the door and all open fire on Wilson and ignore the neomorph. That's the plan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah. Sounds like a good plan.
All right, glad we're all on the same page. Hey, Laz.
yeah. Wilson's got to go. That's mission one.
Hey, sorry about that.
All good.
Wait, did I hear that right? Wilson's dying?
Yeah, Lurk even agreed. We're gonna open the door and the neomorph is gonna eat Wilson.
Yeah, because it turns out we can't grab Xenomorph, but we can in fact grab Neomorph and throw them.
Wait.
No, it was a joke. It was a joke. All good. Don't worry. Here's a little kiss for you. Mwah.
What you get for being late?
Yeah, that's the punishment. It's like, hey, buddy, you're 20 minutes late in session. Character's got to go first. I'm sorry. Just how it goes.
I mean, here's the thing, Laz. How late was I last time? Then I delayed us even more with that stupid Dota game.
Oh, I mean, honestly, I've had sessions.
No, I was joking. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
And that's why your head got crushed.
That still tripped me up. It's weird. I'm trying to get in, but
yeah,
password. Jeez.
It's because you like talked about how like, oh yeah, someone's gonna die. Like it's gonna happen.
It's funny because I've talked about it before, but Chariot is definitely one of those like modules that has a very high lethality with just how it's designed. But when I say that, I genuinely, I've every session I've been in, whether I've ran it or what I've ran it, no one's ever really died on session 1. And I think what just happened in that situation was just...
You got instant killed.
The rolls were just brutal as fuck. Yep. Multiple roars, everyone dropping weapons constantly. Like, it was just...
Me, I can't hold on to a weapon to save my life.
Iker, Miller was freezing up every 5 seconds.
Yeah, and then like Davis is like, you fucking bitches, and she like runs in with the shotgun, does the ultra push for like 800 damage. Eats shit for it. I love it.
The sad part is you actually killed the beluga, but then the beluga rolled for its comeback mechanic, and then it's like, oh fuck, and then it just story goes from there.
Like it could have just fucking chose to roar again, right?
Could have rolled on a number of different things that it could have done.
Yeah, it rolled on the one thing that unfortunately, like, it would have just died, but it got the 1 HP mechanic.
Yeah, and then I like fucking didn't roll armor with my like 2 dice.
Yeah, it's brutal. All right.
So speaking of which, let's do a quick recap of kind of what was going on prior to this session. Then we'll jump into the action.
I think, where do we start? I think we should start the recap in the like central like bridge room. So Wilson fucked off to Mother. Everyone went to the reactor to try to fix it, to clean it. And then she died. I think they still cleaned up the reactor, though.
Yep.
And then while they were cleaning the reactor, Wilson woke some people up. One of them was like, we gotta take the vaccine! We gotta take the vaccine! And then he got face bursted, and Wilson locked the people who were like groggy in there with the thing. They killed it, and then Wilson let them out. And now everyone's gone up to the bridge, and there was a Mexican standoff in which somewhat kind of But some fucking psycho decided I'm going to shoot Wilson with a flamethrower, and then Wilson grabbed the nearest woman, and now her ankles are broken.
In my
And
defense,
she's
I was
charred.
shot first.
Were you shot first? Oh yeah, that's right. Because
Yeah,
the other guy like shot at someone, and then someone shot back.
Yeah, I was just returning fire. Well, quite
Yeah.
literally fire.
And like, I don't know, the old commanding officer of the ship who had just woken up was basically like being submissive and breedable in like command after that, being like, oh yeah, I'll be your friend, I don't understand what's happening, I'm sad, I want to leave. And then meanwhile, Valerie, Reed, and Wilson carry this damaged, burned woman to medbay because that's what they decide to do. And then the psychopaths show up outside medbay and start welding the door shut. And as Valerie Reed was talking through the door, there was a very loud noise heard through the door by Valerie. Although I think it was behind the people she was talking to.
Yeah, so let's set the scene a little bit so that I can kind of explain what's about to happen. So, Albert Johns and Kayla Rye are on the bridge. They are having a little bit of a shouting match because Johns is frustrated. He's had his gun taken away. They just incinerated his company agent, Lori Clayton. And he wanted to check on the systems on the bridge. He saw that there were some systems that are offline and need to be repaired. Namely, he was kind of concerned about the air scrubbers, so we'll get back to Kayla and Albert Johns in a minute. Cham, Miller, you were following after Valerie Reed and Wilson and carrying Lori Clayton, as the Flowers was just talking about, back to the med bay. And you kind of caught up with Cham as Cham started to weld the door shut. There's a good maybe turn or so, 5, 6, 7 minutes, where you guys are just standing outside with the door, currently welding this door. Cham, you get about, say, you're like 65% done, basically. And I need both of you to make me observation rolls. Meanwhile, inside the medbay, Wilson, Valerie, you guys are having this not so great conversation through the steel kind of door. You can hear the very loud torch kind of blowing and welding sort of the door shut. And you also hear kind of behind you at this moment, Lori stabbing herself with something. She's hit herself in the thigh with an auto injector of some sort, and then you kind of hear it clatter to the floor. As she sort of struggles, you can hear these like, because she's all burnt up. Most of her hair is pretty much gone at this point. A whole bunch of her clothing have kind of has burned up in the incinerator blast that she took. And one of her ankles is crushed currently, so it is kind of mangled. It's not bleeding or anything, but it's like it's puffed up and it does not look great. And she looks as she's laying down on this bed, she kind of looks over and she says, Valerie, Wilson, come here. We're on pause.
I didn't know we were welding the door shut.
Valerie. She's coughing. She's not doing well. She's struggling to talk.
Lori.
Find the inoculation in this room. They'll need it eventually. Give one to Mr. Wilson. And then she looks at you, Wilson. Here. She's trying. Somehow, throughout this whole thing, she is still holding her service pistol. And she is handing it to you, Wilson. Are you going to take it?
Wilson, looks at the situation, looks at this burned woman, the chaos outside, the welding, the absolute shit fuckery that's all happened. Wilson, resigns himself and takes the pistol gently from her, says, Well, now, I didn't expect I'd have to resort to violence, but I appreciate you. Thank you, Miss Laurie. And you said the inoculation would be in this room. Is that correct?
Yeah. God, morphine can only do so much. Yes. And Mr. Wilson, I need you to do me 2 favors. Number 1, and most importantly, is in the other room. There should be auto doctors. You need to get me into one, quick. Secondly, I don't know why your crew is going crazy, but we're gonna have to get out of here. After we get through here, and with the doors welded, the only chance you're gonna get is to go through... Oh, and she kind of points towards, like, towards the chamber. Ventilation shafts in the other room.
So high hell, we're gonna drag you through there and get us out of here. Surely this man can wrest control of the ship that brought him here, and we'll just leave those fucking crazies on board.
Yes, yes. Help me up, help me up. She starts to get up. Tries to. She's super weak at this point, but she's trying to get you guys to help her kind of get over
Valerie
to the...
is going to help her over, allowing Wilson to.
Awesome, okay. So yeah, you guys drag her over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, zip her over here. She looks alarmed as you guys walk into the room. You can see that one of the auto docks is just covered in blood. The entire inside wall of the glass is just completely covered in what looks like dried up red blood. The other one looks like it's kind of cracked. It looks like it's been a little bit damaged, like something maybe smashed into it or something like that, but it looks fine. Like, otherwise, it looks like it would probably work okay, and Lori is trying to move towards that one that is kind of currently broken. Valerie, as you kind of get over there, there's a button that you can push to kind of make the hatch kind of open. So you kind of do that, and you guys eventually get Lori in here. You can press the button again, it starts to close, and as it's closing, Lori, she's looking at you, Wilson, through your big spacesuit, and she says, "You'll probably have to take off the spacesuit to get inside the vents, otherwise you won't fit, but in order to do that, you'll need to take the inoculation first. Find the box." And then she says that, it kind of, the auto dock closes.
Alright, I'm gonna look around in here. I'm going to open this box.
Yeah, make me an observation roll. Awesome, 1 success. Okay. Yeah, so you go rifling through, you look inside the box over there, you don't really see it, but then as you look underneath the table, kind of where the kind of computer terminal is in the upper right of the room, you find and give me a second, I'll put it in your inventory. You find a Wayland Yutani branded looking briefcase looking thing, and when you open it up, you can see multiple different auto injectors full of the inoculations.
Miss
Take them
Valerie,
out and-
I'm gonna suggest you bribe me that briefcase.
You only need one inoculation for yourself, Mr. Wilson.
I see. Yes,
And I'll open it up and hand him the inoculation.
Yes, but I'll take the whole briefcase.
Valerie just kind of walks to the door.
Not handing
Is
him
Valerie?
the briefcase.
She still have?
She's not handing the briefcase over.
Wilson says, "Now, Miss Valerie, please don't make this difficult. I've been quite courteous, and I need that briefcase."
What do you need it for, dude?
What do you think? Do you think Miss Laura was the only one who worked for Wayland Yutani? That briefcase is worth a lot. More than you can imagine.
Yeah, and when we get back to your ship and we undock from this place and we leave those cycles behind, I'll happily hand it over.
Why not just give it to me now?
As long as I have it, it's my ticket off this place.
I see. Well,
It's good for, I suppose, myself and my entire crew. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Wilson?
From the other room,
Miss-
you hear kind of like a yelp noise, but it's you can tell it's Lori. She's still in just a lot of pain. You can kind of the auto doc must be working at this point.
seems like the doctor's doing his business. You know what, Miss Valerie? You can keep the briefcase, actually. There's more interesting things I would rather procure, anyway. And
Wilson, I'm
as
going to say
Wilson-
that you did take the inoculation from her, but then you still wanted the briefcase, so you now have an inoculation in your inventory.
Cool. And yeah, oh shit, this music. As Wilson stops the inoculation, he kind of actually thinks for a second. He thinks of the bigger picture. The suitcase that Valerie did have is one thing, but then Wilson, when he first came here, he realized there's something more important in here, and he sees the metallic, like, specific, like, vase-like object.
Yes.
And Wilson goes and grabs it, looks at it for a moment, and says, now this is the real goal of this whole shithole. And yeah, Wilson will look at it, he'll take it, and then he'll turn back to Valerie and say, Miss Valerie, actually, you're fine. We'll make sure your crew and I get off alive. Just be ready for anything.
Yeah, so Wilson, when you take one of these jars, you can see that there's 4 of them currently in the space, and they're in kind of this, like, freezer-looking thing. Like, they look like they're in some sort of, like, cold storage. One of them is open and kind of laying on its side, and there's these, like, vials inside. One of them is broken. It's kind of spilled out onto the floor a little bit. There's some little like blackness kind of on the floor that you kind of notice as you kind of look at the trail. But yeah, you've now got one of these kind of urns on you. Check your inventory in just a moment. Now it is quite bulky a little bit. You're able to keep the service pistol that you got from Lori kind of on your belt. You've got the inoculation kind of in one hand, but you could put that into like a sort of forward, kind of like anorak kind of pocket, like what do they call that? Kangaroo pocket, of kind of the vest. And then you've got this big urn with you. It weighs not like a ton, but like it's kind of a hefty thing. You gotta like hold it under your arm or something like that. But yeah, you've now got this thing on you. And as that is happening, final reactions as we kind of transition scenes. Any final reactions, Valerie or Wilson, before I transition to...
Just like
Wilson
guarding the door while he like fucks around in the freezer.
Wilson just smiling. He's found the jackpot. He's got to survive.
Excellent. All right, we turn to Cham and Miller. So Cham is going away at the door. He's got the torch out. My cutting torch noise. Here we go. You've got it going. Like I said, you've made it more than halfway. Maybe 65% of the door is now welded shut at this point. It's taken you about, let's say, 7 minutes or so in order to do this. Miller has been over your shoulder. Miller, what have you been doing while Cham's been busy welding the door?
Having his back, keeping an eye out.
Make me an observation roll. No successes, no stress. Holy shit, are you stressed?
Yeah, I know.
Do you want to push your roll?
Damn.
Oh
Ooh,
no.
boy, okay. So, this is what happens, Miller, and this is what happens, Cham. Miller, you're watching Cham do this. You're still trying to piece together kind of like what's going on, but you're pissed. Leah Davis is dead. That was your pilot. That was your friend. That was someone on your crew. You're freaking mad. And as you're kind of looking around, you feel like something isn't right. You feel like something is approaching you. And holy shit, the music's getting louder.
What?
Music was crescendoing super hard. I couldn't even hear myself talk. Holy shit. Okay, anyway. So as you're kind of looking around, you kind of feel a presence. You don't know where it's coming from. You're not quite sure what is exactly going on, but you feel like you are suddenly in danger and you feel the need to seek cover. So you use your next action to run away from wherever you currently are. And I'm going to say you're going to run towards your towards the right, towards the east of the ship.
Okay,
Do you
can
say
I
anything
alert
to Cham?
Shannon? Yeah, I'm going to tell him to run too.
What do you say? You're going to say run?
Yeah, get to cover. There's something here.
Cham, roll me an
Yeah.
observation roll. Two successes. Okay, let me make a roll behind the scenes.
Oh, you only have 2 stress.
Yeah, that's weird. It didn't give me a stress for Miller running off.
I got 7.
That's not what I meant to do.
To be fair, if I
One,
blasted somebody with a flamethrower, I wouldn't be stressed either.
Yeah, it is
Okay.
pretty stress relieving.
It rolled an equal number of successes to your observation. So, here's what's happening. As you hear Miller turn and tell you to run, you hear behind you a growling noise. And as you turn around, I'm trying to make you guys face each other, but it's not working. As you face this creature, this white, silver-lined, kind of skinned-looking creature that's got blood on what might be its mouth, you're not sure because it doesn't really have a face. It is about to attack you with a close combat roll, and because you made a success equal to its mobility, I'm going to give you a chance to block because you're currently holding a torch. So make me a close combat roll.
Combat.
Because blocking needs to happen before I roll for the creature.
I'm so glad it's actually something I can like roll on first. No.
Ooh, nervous twitch. Okay. You do get a success though, so okay, let me roll for its attack now. See what exactly it's about to do. Ooh, okay. So here's what happens. This thing pivots its sort of legs and whips its tail at you, slashing at you, and it penetrates your thigh. It sort of slices into you real quick and then retracts, and it deals 2 damage to you. And while Miller doesn't see this, a whole bunch of white, like bloody substance kind of starts dripping out of you as the tail retracts.
I was gonna ask, it did 2 damage, right?
Yeah, 2 damage.
Can I get the roll armor and can I use the block success to lower the damage by 1?
Yes, you can use the block to successfully lower the damage, and then, yeah, go ahead and roll the armor on the spacesuit that you're wearing.
That would be inventory, right?
Yeah, should be in your inventory. Yep.
Oh, so close.
Ooh, no successes. Okay, so you still take the 1 damage. It still pierces you, not quite so deeply that it would. It's kind of more of a slash, kind of on one of your thighs and everything like that. But you are still bleeding. And as this happens, Cham, go ahead and make me 1 more observation roll. Ooh, you get 1 success. Okay. As you're recoiling from this damage that you just took on your leg. You see the creature turn its head towards the west of the ship, and you swear that you see something dart away as the creature suddenly lets out some sort of noise.
I need
And
one
it runs
second.
after it.
Sorry.
When it tries to run.
Mhm.
I guess that'll be close combat. Yeah.
Three successes,
And
okay.
I'm going to push. Plus its strength. Oh,
Oh, you managed to freeze up. Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't happen. You go to attack this thing with your torch, I imagine, is what you're using. Is that accurate?
yeah.
Yeah. So you go to fire at this thing because you realize that it's distracted by something. You saw the thing move kind of in the doorway, sort of dart away, and you see it scream, so you see a chance. But maybe because of the damage that you've just taken, the stress of kind of what's going on, you instead freeze up, and the thing runs away.
And where did Miller go?
Yeah, let's get to Miller. So Miller, you are running away, and what I'm gonna say is that you needed to find a safe space. So you run up here, you run into this door.
I think he might be AFK. He said be right back a moment ago.
He did say that, yeah. So we'll resolve.
Okay, sorry,
Miller's-
I'm right back.
No worries.
Hey, he's
Or
right
I
back.
am back.
There he is.
There's someone at the door. Sorry.
So let me catch you up on what just happened. So this alien thing has slashed at Cham. It did manage to deal 1 damage to him. He is now bleeding. You don't actually see any of this because you have run away, right? You're now in this kind of bathroom that you saw, kind of as you kind of darted out of the door. It seemed like the safest place for you to get to was in here, so this is kind of where I've kind of put you. But this thing, after slashing at Cham, he was able to notice something moving in the doorway, and the creature ran after whatever it was. He then went for a close combat roll on it, pushed his roll, managed to panic, and froze up. So,
Oh, okay, so
we're now
he's
resolving-
frozen fighting the thing.
nope, thing has run away from him,
Okay.
distracted by something else. You have seeked cover. You now enter into this bathroom area. It looks fine. You don't really notice anything. You're not really focused on that right now, but you kind of close the door behind you, and you're kind of panting. You've got like a lot of stress right now. You're kind of like kind of state.
Okay, so I'm just panicked in the bathroom.
Yeah, you're currently in the bathroom, kind of huffing and puffing. Kind of I mean, you knew that something was coming. You didn't give any time to even see it. You just told Cham to run, and then you bolted into this bathroom.
Okay, I guess I would just kind of nervously, like, say over comms, trying to check in with Cham to see if he's all right or not.
Okay. I also want to remind everybody, we did transition to a new act. I've already assigned everyone's character a story point if they got one applicable to their Act 1 agenda. So double check that. It should be on general. If you don't have one, it means you didn't get one. Already assigned. And secondly, you do have your signature items to use. So if you haven't already used your signature item, which can reduce your stress by 1, I just want to remind everybody that that's something that you could do. So Miller, if you wanted to reduce your stress right now, you could totally do that.
I already used it.
Okay. And you're making an observation roll?
No,
Okay.
that
let's
was an
look.
accident.
Yep, all good. Okay, so we'll leave Miller in the bathroom for now. Cham, you're still frozen up kind of outside of the door, and we transition over to Albert Johns and Kayla Rye still on the bridge.
Are we watching any of this through the comms on the bridge or no?
So you guys are on the bridge currently. You just had a little bit of a shouting match with Johns Rye. And you do hear over the comms, you hear Captain Miller say, "Run!"
I'm gonna point my gun at Albert and be like, "What's going on? What else is on the ship?"
Johns looks up to you, and you could tell he's still pissed, but I mean, you've got the gun on him. He says, "What?" He then he kind of like, he has his hands up again, and he kind of points at his ears, and he says, "I don't have comms. What's happening?"
I'm gonna look him dead in the eye and be like, "What else is on this ship?"
What, you mean the black motes thing? That should be it. That's what the inoculation is for. We need to. Once you guys, I mean, you guys are in spacesuits on it, so I mean, maybe you're all right, but all of us are already inoculated against that. Listen, we need to get the air scrubbers on. Like I said, I know you guys are in spacesuits, but this air is terrible to breathe.
What's the first step to doing that?
Well, usually we have to replace the filters in the air scrubber every like 20, 25 years, you know, kind of depending. And what did you guys say? We were in cryo for 70 or something? So, I mean, I assume that we're going to have to replace the filters. We should have more of those down on Deck C in storage. And then we can also access the air scrubbers from there. We just have to crawl through the maintenance shaft, which, and he kind of looks at your spacesuit again. I don't think you would fit in that spacesuit.
After watching my friend get their head just destroyed in front of me, I don't think I'm up for crawling in vents anyway. If it comes to that, I'll give you this pistol and you can do it.
John's, he's kind of nodding. He's like, "Hey, I'm happy to do it. Like I said, I mean, if there's any motes in there, I'm already inoculated against it. So it might actually be best that I go until you get your vaccine."
Where are these vents?
He kind of furrows his brow a bit. I mean, they're all over the ship, but the one to access it is by the sort of the main junction. Like I said, we got to go down to Deck C, though. We got to get the filters first. That would be priority 1. And then he kind of looks over at the screen with the statuses and everything. And he says, then probably next would be the engines. I mean, it looks like the reactor's ready, but there's some damage on the outside of the ship. We're going to have to spacewalk out there and repair that. And he again looks you up and down, and looks like that's something you're already suited up to do.
Hey, whoa, okay. I'm not crazy. You're not crazy. How about you walk in front of me and we meet up with the other crazy people and see how this is going to go? Because there's only so much I can take before I'm just going to start blasting anything in my way. But you first. Don't worry. You're safe with me. But I think I heard something down the hall.
Okay. And listen, there's one more thing. He points kind of behind you at one of the stations, and then he points behind him. Both of these look like they're kind of, I don't know, one's offline. It should have come online when we got the bridge active, and that one looks like someone took an axe to it. We're going to need to repair that once we get the engines back online so we can pilot this hunk of junk. But yeah, I'll lead the way.
I'm going to follow him to the door with a good amount of distance just in case.
Okay, let me drag you over to the door. You guys start to head over there. Do you say anything on the comms as you start to go, or are you just going to start heading over there in like a rush, or how do you want to do this?
I'm going to come over. Hey, what's the situation over there? I heard some stuff. Do we got another one of those things?
Miller, Cham, Wilson, you all hear this.
Am I still panic, or can I respond?
So I would say it's been about maybe 3
What did I just
or
hear?
so minutes. So I would say, yeah, you're just getting out of your kind of frozen state, Cham.
It's like, oh my god, okay, guys, fucking fuck this shit. Get back to our ship. I just got attacked by one of those things, and there's something else here.
Wilson chimes in. No, I think not. I think all of you have gone rightfully fucking insane to be shooting me at the beginning. Care to explain this whole situation and shit fuck we're in because of you?
Sure, he hears this as I continue to wail. So anyway, this is clearly the company set us up for this, and you're in on it, obviously. You know, that's why, you know, you're you got your crew of commandos together. But I'm not gonna let you get any more.
Hold on. Have you gone insane, champ? Have you absolutely gone insane? Rye, Miller, are you hearing this? Captain Miller, are you letting one of your men outright kill innocent people without any evidence and accusing me of sabotage? Are we really at this point? You know damn well that the death of Leah was not on me. I had
Because
nothing
you
to do with
didn't pull her in front of the fire? That wasn't you?
it. What fire? What do you mean? Her head was
Flamethrower.
crushed.
They're talking about the flamethrower.
Wrong person. Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking. You're
You
thinking.
could have came with us for her. You're the one who decided to not team up with everybody. That's
What?
on you.
You start to hear a siren come over the comms.
Let me make something very clear to you, Captain Miller.
Is the siren on the comms, or is it like everyone hears it?
Nope, it's only in your comms unit.
What the fuck are you doing now, Wilson?
I'm gonna make this very fucking clear to all of you. First off, Leah's death was the event of very stupid actions led to very stupid results. All of you could have simply played this differently and got out alive. Secondly, I told you specifically I was going to be in the mother room, and you agreed to it, Miller, even with my suggestion in hand. So don't blame this death on me. You all failed her, not me. Not me. And if you want to turn the guns on me, by all means, do what you gotta do. But just know the blood is on your hands, not mine. And if at this point, discussions and negotiations out of the window, Captain Miller, consider yourself fucked, as well as you, champ. Rye, you seem to be the only logical one here who hasn't gone fully insane. But at this point, I can't even trust my crew. I've been with you for more than a year now, and it feels like you still think I'm some middleman trying to...
Captain, displacement drive malfunction. Cascade failure imminent. Fission reactor overload T-minus 10 minutes.
Right, cut the umbilical.
So, Captain Miller, as you kind of hear this, your own mother system is telling you that there is a cascade failure on your ship, the Montero, and that it is going to explode in 10 minutes. And Mother keeps chiming in.
Warning. Displacement drive malfunction. Cascade failure imminent.
Wilson chimes in. Well, Captain, looks like you're gonna have to go deal with the Montero. Best do it quick now. If you don't take care of her, get out, we all gonna die.
Oh, one of us is gonna die, Wilson. And it's not gonna be me.
Well, at this rate, it doesn't really now matter now, does it? Miller, your pilot's dead, and we've got a ship that's about to go supernova with fucking 300 tons of helium on it. So what do you think, Miller, is gonna happen when that ship stays in orbit? Even if you cut the umbilica, you gotta send that ship flying. Because if you don't, we still all fucking die, now do we? And now I'm gonna cut comms. I've got more important things to attend to, so you can all sincerely fuck yourselves. Cheers. And Wilson cuts his comms.
Wow, the music really kicked in there at an opportune moment.
It really did.
Did we get that on the local recording?
I did.
Ooh.
So yeah, you guys are on a timer. Mother is
Miller.
coming back in and is talking about a cascade failure. You guys are gonna have to do something quick.
Miller, what do we need to get this ship moving, like, now?
How's Lori doing?
Lori's still in the pod. You can tell that it's still working on her. It's probably going to take a couple more turns before she's in any sort of state to move.
How long is a turn?
A turn is anywhere between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay, so basically, the ship will blow up with her inside if we let it keep going.
Potentially, yes, because the Montero is currently the ship that is going to explode, and it's currently connected to the Cronus, and also, as Wilson was just regaling, all of the helium-3 that is on the ship is going to make it extra explosive.
Okay,
Now, Valerie, you don't have, do you have a comms unit? Did you get one?
I don't think I'm on comms, no, but like I heard Wilson
You
yelling
could definitely
about
have heard
the
Wilson
explosion.
yelling all of that. Yeah, so that's how you kind of got the information. So you're checking in on Lori, and what do you want to do next?
Is there like an interrupt feature?
You could try, but
On the-
you'd have to get to the mothership to the mother on the Matera.
No, I mean on the auto dock. I want to like press the button,
Oh.
like slam my fist on the glass. Lori,
yeah,
we
yeah.
have to go now. The ship's gonna fucking blow.
It's automatically working. You don't have to do anything in order for it to continue working on her, and when it's done, she'll, kind of recover and be able to like walk again and some stuff like that. But yeah, you don't need to babysit her at the moment.
Fuck.
You are locked in though, as the door is currently sealed.
Are you inoculated, Mr. Wilson? We have to go. Lori's going to be safe-ish in there. Doc's working on her.
Miss
Just off the
Valerie.
boob.
Miss Valerie, if I'm being quite fucking honest with you, I really don't give a shit about a lot of things right now. All I care about is getting out of this fucking room and seeing where it goes from there. Because no matter what me and you do, we're kind of out of the game for a moment, if you know what I mean.
What do you think they're gonna do once they fix their ship?
Miss Valerie, let me make this clear to you, because you are an outside party. That ship's not gonna get fixed. No matter what they do, it's gonna be a 4th of July, no matter the situation. Best to stay put, because if you go anywhere near the Montero, well, I can't say they
Did you
won't
do
shoot
something?
you.
Did you do something to it?
I did not do a damn thing. I am simply just a company man trying to make some profit. But seems my crew's got a mutiny, and the company has decided to, well, execute some discipline. Does that make any sense to you? If they had just followed the script, things would have been different. But it's out of my control, and the company has seen fit to clear the problem. Does that make sense?
So you're happy to just hang out in this room until that thing fucking blows and kills us all?
Oh, absolutely not. No, God, no. But I don't think anyone else wants to sit here and die. So
Let's
I'm gonna
fucking
let.
go.
Well, you're more than welcome to head on out. I'll be right here. The vents are up this way, by the way, if you're curious. I have to take my suit off, but I need some time to adjust and kind of think of the situation.
We cut from Valerie.
Close this
Wilson.
door and like take up position behind the med pod that Lori's in.
Okay. Yeah, so you're kind of hunkering down at the moment and watching the door as you've got it closed. Gotcha. Okay. Miller, Rye, what are you two doing now that this... Oh, my siren turned off. You
More
hear
hearing
again,
that.
Mother come in.
Displacement drive malfunction. Cascade failure
Go ahead.
imminent.
I go, what do you think are the chances we can save our ship?
You say
I
that over
don't
comms?
know, but what is our other way out of here?
No, you're not there, I don't think.
You talking to
Right.
Johns then?
I'm talking about Albert Jones.
Valerie would actually like keep the
He's
door
the only one in
open
my area.
and make sure she can keep a sight line on Wilson.
Yeah, so you guys are going down, and then he kind of... you start saying to him.
From hearing that, I would have stopped immediately. Because I'm
Okay.
planning to run back to the bridge with this fuck. So I look at him. I go, random fuck I barely know. What do you think are the chances that we can save our ship?
And he looks at you and says, What do you mean your ship?
There's critical failures and something's going to happen. I think we're going to lose our ship. And I think we might need to all be on this ship for good going forward. What is
Says,
your
"Oh my
expertise?
Well,
Yeah,
we're
I'm
not going to
still
be able to
ready.
move this ship, so we're going to have to move your ship.
Quick, let's
you-
get back to the bridge and see if we can do anything. And I'm just gonna run without even looking to see if he's behind me. I'm running back to the bridge.
Okay.
I'm
So you head back
Anyone
to
on the
the...
radio?
Are you going to the bridge of the Kronos or the Montero?
Yeah, of the Kronos.
Of the Kronos, okay.
Yep, to that thing he was talking about fixing.
Yeah, so you run in here. What he was talking about fixing, you can see... Actually, it'd be more like here. You're looking at the pilot seat, the sort of main pilot seat right in front of you. It looks like it got caught in whatever fire blast kind of happened in the room, and you can also see that there was an axe kind of taken to it, but it doesn't look too bad. Like the axe damage is a little bit superficial. With your expertise, Rye, you're kind of looking at it and you're going, yeah, you could probably fix this up. But then as you look to your right, you see the other pilot seat, which is kind of below you, and it looks fine. Like there's no damage to it, but there's no power going to it either.
Gotcha. I'm gonna check
You can
to
also see
if Albert has come running to follow me up, because I did leave his ass kind of and give him the opportunity to run.
Right. He does follow you. He could. There we go. And as he catches up to you, he's saying, "Listen, like I said, we can't move the Kronos. We have to move your ship. I don't think we could fix the engines, and I don't know how much time we have, but."
So you're telling me this ship will never move? This Chrono ship, never gonna move?
No, we need to repair the engines first, but Mother is telling me that it's on the outside where the damage is. We'd have to spacewalk to it.
I'm gonna come over to Miller and Cham and say, "What's the situation?
Cascade failure.
What's the plan?"
Yeah, let's turn to both Cham and to Miller. Cham, what are you doing?
Like I say, I'm on comms. I'm like, what do we need to get this ship moving? It'll take us at least 10 minutes to even get to the systems on fucking Montero. That's not an option.
Yeah, Cham, I'm gonna take away your panic because it's been long enough.
Like, what do we need to get this ship moving? And we got less than 10 minutes. Shoot, where do I need to head?
10 minutes. I don't think this is gonna be doable. We need to get the engines online. I got that right, Albert?
So as you guys are talking, Rye and Miller, both of you realize that the Montero blowing up is not only is it dangerous to your lives, that also had all of the shipment of the helium-3 that you were going to deliver to Weyland-Yutani, and that was going to be your next bankroll. That's all the money you were going to make. Now, you both know that the Daisy is still on the Montero, and the idea flickers in your minds, both of your minds. You could probably save some of that helium-3, right? But do you want to? And as you guys are thinking, you hear Mother chime in again.
Displacement drive malfunction. Cascade failure imminent.
Guys, give me something.
We gotta save that helium-3 and get out of here. That's what we have to do.
What's the plan?
Warning. Displacement drive malfunction. Cascade failure imminent.
Is there a vent in the room that I'm in?
Yes, there is.
Tell me over
Close
comms.
the door and try to lock it.
Okay, make me a heavy
Good.
machinery roll when you get a chance. Cham,
They-
Miller, Rye, anything that you're doing at this time?
Yeah, I tell them I'm switching to my suit comms. I'll meet you on the fucking Montero.
Yeah, let's all meet at the ship and just try to make a plan from there.
Rye, you hear this come over the comms.
I'm hearing you. I'm like, but who's we all?
All of us, the three of us.
Warning. Displacement drive malfunction. Cascade failure imminent.
So you guys are free to move your characters and tokens around if you're about to go back to the Montero.
I'm feeling uneasy about it.
Yep, you're still on the bridge. Albert Johns is still looking at you, Rye, kind of like, he doesn't have comms, he doesn't know what you're saying, but he kind of hears who all is we, and he's kind of looking like, what are we doing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look at Albert and be like, how the stuff you mentioned that's on this ship, how much is it worth?
He looks and says, that'd be a Lori question. I mean, I don't know. Probably it's invaluable, but there's probably some price amount, but I don't know.
My character's freezing up. Doesn't want to go to the other ship and give the other people the ability to walk around, because at this point, it's like a versus, and also he's good here, and he's also abandoned the other ship idea and thinks that the more valuable stuff is on this ship, but not really
gotcha.
sure. He's kind of afraid and panicked. He's gonna kind of freeze up here with Albert.
Okay. So Miller, I saw you go to one of the junctions. Are you trying to make it back to the umbilical?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got to go to Junction A, which I'll drag you over there. Cham, are you heading that way as well?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys kind of see each other as you, because you're pretty close by, so you both kind of see each other through the hallway. You both start making your way towards Junction A, and then you're going to have to climb up the ladder and keep going until you get to the airlock. So Rye, you're staying on the bridge with Johns. You're trying to sort of figure out what kind of, what's kind of happening. Wilson's hunkered down in the med lab. Valerie, you're making that heavy machinery roll.
Like locking this door so that Wilson is unable to access Leah. Trying to protect her from this guy.
I love it.
Yeah, you do
Just-
manage to lock the door.
And clarification, is there a vent in my room where I'm at?
Yeah, there's a vent in both of your rooms. You'll have to both
Okay.
find them. You'll have to
Alright,
go around
Cool.
a little bit.
I thought I was like locked in like a lab rat. I was like, oh fuck.
Nope. If you guys check the map, you should be able to see where the ventilation systems are. So double check the map.
Okay.
So you'll be
Well,
able
this
to
is
kinda
my
see
ship. I
everything.
know where they are. I'm gonna get into the vent and start going, and let me, the player, look at the map and figure out where this leads.
Okay. So we'll get to you guys in a second. Let's focus back
Yep.
on Miller and Cham as they go to Deck A. Let me get rid of some tokens. And no, actually, where we need to go is to the umbilical. Because you guys are just going to keep going up.
Well, it looks like, am I stupid on this map? Are we in the med lab and med pods spot?
Yeah.
It looks like the vents here are in the spot connecting med lab and med pods. It like doesn't show. The doors are in like different spots. In this PDF
Let's
map.
see.
We'll sort that out here soon.
Yeah.
I think, but that is a good observation. Yeah.
That means that Wilson might actually just be fucking stuck.
Yeah. Fuck that. I'll find a way out.
Yeah, he would.
Second, just doing the shared vision thing.
I'm in like survivor mode now. It's like Jesus, this escalated so quickly.
Okay. So Cham, Miller, you guys are in the umbilical. You get sort of outside, and you see that there's a mechanism where you had to attach sort of the door to the frame. And from what you can tell, when you're going to go to retract this once you guys are on the Montero, if anybody is in the umbilical or over by the like airlock to the Montero, it's gonna cause some decompression when you guys go to get back on to the ship from that way, right? So if anyone was in the umbilical, it'd be super dangerous. And once you do detach the umbilical, it then like, it's currently being the airlock because the airlock door on the Cronus is damaged. And if you left it there, it would cause some hull damage probably to the Cronus, so that would be really bad as well. That make sense?
Yeah. That sounds awesome. I'll make a note of it.
Great. Yep, so you guys walk across the umbilical. Anything that you guys are saying at this time?
We got to get everyone out of here. Fucking, what's the plan? Like, anyway, like,
Drive malfunction. Cascade failure imminent.
oh, I really hate hearing that.
Do you think you can fix the ship?
Not in fucking 10 minutes. Like, it'll take me that long to just get all the fucking shit out of the way I fucking need. If there were like 3 of me, yeah. I mean, maybe I could cut all fucking power to the ship, but we'd be literally fucking just dead in space.
We can try it.
Okay. So again, you guys can't run so much. There's not really gravity kind of in the umbilical, even though it's kind of pressurized and stuff like that. So you're making your way as quick as you can across the railings and everything, and then finally you get over to the Montero just as Mother chimes in once
Warning.
again.
Displacement drive malfunction. Cascade failure imminent.
And she updates you that there is 6 minutes left on the countdown.
Okay, yeah, 6 minutes. I can't cut the power to the ship in 6 minutes. Who are we waiting for? Fuck. Oh fuck. Do we have a spare ship? That fuck. Yeah. Let's get. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Rye.
I'm here.
Okay, we're all across. Once we're all
Oh, no.
across,
I'm still on the ship. I'm still on the Kronos.
get off fucking Kronos. Hurry, come on. We need to get the fuck out of here like now.
So you guys are currently on the main deck, unless you guys, Miller, because you were talking about getting the shipment of helium-3. It is in the cargo bay, which we don't have a map for, but if you wanted to go down there instead of the bridge, you could do that, but what do you want to do?
Okay, do we want to try to get to the cargo, or do we just want to try to get out of here? Do
We don't,
want helium?
we don't have time to get cargo. We got 6 minutes. We got 6 minutes. That's enough time to fucking fire up the ship and literally get out. Fucking, right? Why don't I see you across the umbilical yet? Like, run, move it. There's gonna be a big boom. Like, big boom. We might have trouble outrunning the type of boom.
Now you can detach the umbilical either from sort of the airlock ready room that you guys are in before you kind of go up to the bridge, or you can do that on the bridge of the Montero. Do you want to detach the umbilical right as you guys kind of get out, or do you want to wait until you get on the bridge?
How long
I
would it
guess
take?
we're gonna do it right as we're about to leave to give Riot enough time to get here.
Yeah. At this point, there might not even be attached umbilical. We might just be going to like our spare ship and just like fucking dipping. I think that's the plan.
Yeah,
This
that
is
is the
like-
plan.
Yeah, like attaching umbilicals is just like wasting time. Like, once Rise across, I'm just probably going to just set it on fire.
We should just move as much as the helium-3 over as we can now while we're waiting for Rye
So
into the spare
plan
ship.
so your plan is to take the ship that Mother has control of and drive away?
There's a spare ship.
Yeah, we have a
Mother-
spare ship, or like our drop ship. We're just going to take our drop ship and fly away.
So remember that the Daisy, which is the dropship that you guys are talking about, it's very tiny, right? Let me give you guys a image of that real quick.
Oh.
Where is the Daisy? Here we go. Show players. Show image. Show.
Like out of character, in my character's mind, I'm like, yo, I feel like it's safer on this ship, especially because I haven't seen the other alien, and I'm like, I feel like this is a death trap. So I'm like,
Yeah.
do I
Yeah,
want
right.
to
As far as what you're kind of interpreting it after you've had kind of the discussion with Johns and some other stuff, is that the Montero's going to blow up.
Yeah. I once I heard the thing, I was pretty much like, I gave up on it. Even though like maybe there was
Yes,
hope,
the-
I was like, I gave up on it.
The
My character
Montero's
did.
gonna blow up. We're getting onto the backup smaller ship, the Daisy, to escape the explosion and not die.
Okay. So if you guys look at the Daisy, you can see on the image on the left, there's that little like capsule at the front kind of end of it. That's kind of where the pilot seat is and where you would have to enter in. There's like a little room in there. So you can't fit too many people, but if it's just the two of you, you'll definitely be able to make that. And then you can see that there's some room on the Daisy itself to load up the canisters, but you are going to have to get into the power loader that is currently on your ship to load these canisters, because these are huge. I mean, like trailer truck canister. And probably the Daisy could probably fit maybe like 6 of them total at once, and each of them is going to take you a mobility roll after it takes you an additional minute to get yourself strapped into the power loader. and you have about 5 minutes left by the time you get down to the Daisy. You would also need to set the Montero's autopilot to drive away, because if you just leave it where it is now, it's going to explode and take the Kronos with it. The explosion's going to be massive. Thanks to the helium-3.
I just realized. Oh my god. Okay. Never mind.
We could kill Miller.
Anyway, I'm headed to the power loader, right?
We're so.
So Cham's
Let's
load up
make
the
it
thing.
fast.
We're all going
on
to
the
fucking
power
explode.
loader. We can get about 3 loads of the helium-3 onto the ship before we have to leave. So let's get it on there and let's get out of here. Anyone who wants to join us, Bri, you're more than welcome to.
I gotta send a message.
So Cham is going to head down and get into the power loader and begin loading up the Daisy with the helium-3 canisters. And Miller, you're going to head to the bridge and sort of get the Montero moving. And am I understanding correctly?
I'm gonna go to the Daisy and get it prepped to leave.
So you're going to leave the Montero to explode.
Fuck yes.
Yeah.
It's a plan.
Okay.
Fuck Whaler and Charlie. We're gonna sell this shit on the black market and make our own profit. We're gonna tell them we got backstabbed by Wilson. He tried to sabotage the mission.
So I just want to make sure I have clarified the situation and that everybody understands what is happening. The Montero is going to explode in a nuclear what is the right word that I'm looking for? And the nuclear reaction on the Montero is going to explode, and when it explodes with the helium-3, it is going to create an explosion such that it will almost certainly destroy the Kronos from the distance that is currently in, especially with the umbilical attached.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you leave the Montero to explode, you will all die. Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Except for the ones on the Daisy,
I
right?
don't think the Daisy can get far enough away.
The Daisy's not gonna get
Daisy
far
thing
enough.
is
does
like
not have the ability to get far enough away.
that
No,
thing is
they-
like breaking down and barely works.
So,
Like, part of Lee like thought, oh man, you know, I hope the Daisy doesn't break down unloading the fucking helium. How are you going to like do like intergalactic travel with a fucking broken down piece of shit?
Yeah, let me put
Well,
it this
so-
way for you guys too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if you guys do manage to get inside the Daisy and then you start to like pilot it away and let the sort of Montero and Kronos explode, the radiation from this nuclear explosion at the distance that the Daisy would be able to get away would pretty much melt your blood and like make you kind of like melt from the inside.
From my end, even if I detach the Montero from
Yeah, if you get the
it's still gonna
umbilical
go.
unattached, it won't deal damage if you manage to get either the Kronos or the Montero to like start moving away. But with the Kronos' engine still damaged and needing repairs on the outside, you know that the Kronos isn't going anywhere.
Okay.
Well,
So
there's only 5 minutes left, so there's not like enough time to do like anything. So we can just not load the stuff and get on the ship and leave.
you load the
Well-
stuff, you get on the Montero, or you launch the Montero
So-
off, and you take
But
the
I
loader
played
and
the
attach it.
video game Barotrauma, and my reactor is on fire, about to explode. I press the reactor shutdown button on the reactor, and then I have my reactor, and I have no power in my submarine. But I also don't have a nuclear bomb about to go off either. So maybe if you shut down the reactor,
Hold on.
Okay,
Let's,
so here's what
let things play out. Just let things play out.
okay,
here's
fine.
what I'm doing. I'm running to the
Barrel
bridge
power
of the
reference.
fucking Montero before I hop on the power loader. In 3 minutes, I have it set for autopilot to hop into hyperspace. That gives me enough time to run down, hop into the power loader, grab one load, hop onto the ship, and get the fuck out of here. Everybody who's on the ship on the Daisy, awesome. We might make it. Everyone else, I'm sorry, but that's what I'm going with.
If
Okay,
everyone
so
at the
that's what
Daisy
Cham's
gets to
doing.
run out of oxygen in like
Yeah,
20
this is-
minutes.
This has gone from a fucking 6-minute drill to a 3-minute drill.
I like the idea of what you guys were going for with the escaping on the Daisy. Don't get me wrong. I want to be clear that it's not going to work. So that if you
Oh, wouldn't it
Okay,
be far enough
so-
to jump?
What if we do like a reset to the ship that we're on that's gonna explode, like set it to shut off and then turn back on in 20 minutes.
So you can definitely try to ask Mother to, like, kind of ask her what's going on, or if you can shut it down while you're doing stuff. But from my understanding currently, and I'm going to ask what you're doing next, Miller, but Cham is going to go onto the bridge and he's going to start making the autopilot take the Montero away. I'm not clear what's happening with the umbilical yet, but then the plan is to then get onto the Daisy and then escape the Montero from on the Daisy as the autopilot kicks in.
Fine.
What are you
While
doing?
he's doing that, then I'm gonna get on the loader and load up some helium onto the Daisy if he's going to do that.
Boy!
Okay. Okay. So this is what's happening. So Cham, you make your way onto the bridge. You sit down at the pilot seat, and I need you to make me a piloting roll, so that you can kick the engines and get things going to start going. And if you're doing anything about the umbilical, let me know. Miller, you're heading down to get into the power loader. This will take you about a minute, kind of to get down there, and then another minute or so to kind of get into the power loader and get that all fired up. And then you're going to load at least one canister of this gas onto the Daisy. Let me see, because you have to make a roll for that. Let me find out.
I'm gonna freak out and crash.
Okay, Champ, successful piloting rolls. You do have some stunts. If there's any applicable, let me know.
I gotta look for stunts. I don't even know what piloting is, so I've never actually made a piloting role in Alien. I do it in half the time, and somehow I want JJ to know. Showing off the rules. I don't want JJ to know.
I was supposed to give you a -2 because it's a hard roll, but it's fine. We already made the roll, so it's fine. You would have succeeded anyhow, I think. 1 second. I'm just getting to the part with the... Where is it?
From Rye's point of view, Miller and Cham have went back to the Montero. Montero's gonna blow up. They're not coming back. Montero's still connected to the Kronos right now.
Yeah, if you
Yes.
wanted to go up and take care of the umbilical, like detach it yourself, you could head up to the airlock and kind of do it manually. You'd have to make either a heavy machinery roll and like cut it off basically, or you would need to make a strength roll and manhandle it off of there.
I can't do that from the bridge.
Nope, can't do that from the bridge.
Okay.
While all this insanity is going on, I'm gonna have Wilson take off his spacesuit, and while he's taking off his spacesuit, he starts looking around, looks for the vent. He sees the door locked in front of him that Valerie had made, and then he looks to the vent up. And can I fit through the vent even with this urn in hand, or am I gonna have to like tight squeeze?
No, you'll be able to kind of get the urn like under your arm and kind of like crawl one-handed kind of forward and get through the tunnel and maybe do like a small like crouch, you know.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. And yeah, as he kind of shuffles his way in, breathing, he's like really like breathing in the Cronus like atmosphere, and he's like, "Oh god damn, this shit is fucking rough." And yeah, he's just trying to get himself out the fucking med bay at this point, and we'll come back to him later.
Okay. I now have the part about the loading part and everything like that. So, okay. There's about Mother comes back on. She again warns you guys of a cascade failure imminent on the Montero and says that you have roughly 3 minutes left until it will explode. Miller, you are now in the power loader, and you're going to take one of the tanks and load it onto the Daisy. Make me either a strength or a heavy machinery roll. Whichever one's better for you.
1 second.
On a side note, and I know this is a bit out of character, didn't Cham get attacked and was bleeding?
He did take damage, yeah. He was bleeding from his thigh. Yes.
He's still bleeding?
And okay, just making sure.
What would a strength roll be under? I don't even see that.
And it also like pierced his suit.
Yeah,
It did,
it's
yes.
got
The first three are strength, heavy machinery, close combat, and stamina are all strength rolls, but I think he said heavy machinery.
So when you're on your character sheet, I believe if you click on the word strength in general, you'll roll your strength.
Oh.
I think.
No, bro.
Damn it.
No.
I knew it was
boy.
gonna happen.
Okay, a failed roll means a tank drops. Go ahead and roll me 1d6.
How do I do that? Oh, just slash roll, right?
Yeah, do slash roll 1d6. Yeah, that works. Oh my.
Ooh.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
We're all
This is
dead.
so. Just do it. Just do it, Lurk. Just do it.
Do
No
it.
pussy.
Killed everyone.
They deserve it.
Just do it.
Oh boy.
They
Okay.
deserve it.
Captain Miller, you're in the power loader and you're loading up this thing. You are stressed the fuck out. As you go to try and push this thing on, you hear Mother come on and chime in with another cascade failure warning, and you lose it. You start to scream your lungs out as you can't believe the situation that you are in, and you end up dropping this tank. The tank drops to the floor. You hear a little crunching sound before the entire cargo bay of the Montero explodes. Everybody on that deck is now dead. Cham, from where you are on the bridge, you suddenly start to move back and forth uncontrollably as you hear this explosion go off. Make me a mobility roll.
Can't trust anybody, can we?
Sorry, I can't. I can't stop.
Oh, what happens when I
God.
rely on people?
This is gonna be the funnest chariot I've
Okay.
played in a long time.
Okay, so as this explosion starts rocking the ship back and forth, you manage to kind of keep your mobility and hang on as you finally get the inputs in for the autopilot to kick off. But at this point, yeah, you've heard this explosion, you've been rocked by it, you've gotten your first the step of the plan done. What's your reaction?
Well, I can only assume that, like, you know.
Oh yeah, you
this is
heard
what
Miller
happens.
scream as well. Let me make that clear. Yeah.
Yeah, I can only assume that it's game over for Miller, you know. So I guess I'm going to go grab another suit and head to Daisy and just leave. Like, fuck it, I'm over it. This is just bullshit. I'm done. Screw you guys.
Yeah, and
I'll
as you
think of the
turn,
stress signal for the area before I leave, like real quick. But yeah, I'm like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
yeah, okay. Yeah, so you start sprinting back to the airlock. I don't think you're gonna have time to get into like another suit necessarily
I'm
because
the only one to take with me. I'm, you know, I'll
just
change.
grab
I'll
it.
change from Daisy.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay. So you make it down there. Go ahead and make me another mobility roll as you hear Mother chime in again.
Displacement drive malfunction. Cascade failure imminent.
Oh gosh, you end up freezing. Okay.
I have
So
a question. Since there's no one around, can I make that roll as my other persona?
yeah, I would say so. Yeah. You've kind of revealed yourself, even though folks may not have noticed at the moment. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I forgot about that. I was like, at this point, you know, why am I freaking out?
Yeah, true. Yeah, you can roll that without stress.
Okay, reroll. And that is
Okay, yeah, there you go. So you manage to grab up like one of these suits and everything. You don't manage to sort of take the gas and sort of air with you, unfortunately, but you do get the suit part of it. You manage to kind of get through. You're climbing through the umbilical and getting back. What are you doing once you get sort of past the umbilical? You're now kind of in the airlock room with the Kronos. Do you want to detach the umbilical?
I was going to the Daisy, I thought.
So you can't get down to the lower deck anymore. The elevator that was down there has been destroyed. So there's no longer a way for you to get down through the sort of cargo lift unless you went through sort of the Montero's internal sort of maintenance shaft system, which would take you way too long.
Can I just like jump down since I'm like, you know, built different?
To be clear, the Daisy has also been destroyed. Everything down there exploded.
Baby, come back.
They killed my ship.
Yeah, everything down there is dead.
I forgot I had story point.
What? You what?
I love you, Iker. I love you so much.
God damn it.
So, Chan, making your way through the umbilical, or...
Well, at this point, do I even have to worry about the Montero still really blowing up since all the really explosive shit is gone?
So yeah, it's still going to explode. It's not going to, you know, with the helium-3 already having taken out most of the bottom half of the Montero for the most part, you can tell that, like, it's not going to be as big, but it's still going to be bad. It would definitely rupture the hull of the Kronos and make it uninhabitable.
Okay, well, when I get across the umbilical, I'll like start detaching it.
Okay, Rye, were you also heading up to the umbilical?
Yeah, because I was planning on detaching it. Although I
Okay.
bring Albert with me and tell him, you know, help out.
Okay, yeah, so Albert follows you up until the airlock. He doesn't have a suit on, so he's not able to go into the decompression and, you know, be out in the vacuum of space where you would have to be to detach the umbilical. But as you kind of get up there, you basically see Cham kind of going through the railing system, kind of heading back, and you guys can have a moment there to detach the umbilical. One of you needs to make either a heavy machinery roll or a strength roll in order to detach it.
Okay.
I'll do it. Oh.
Okay, let's back up a second. Kayla, go ahead and reduce your stress, because you just took one. And then we'll decide, because one of you could get a +1 if you're going to help each other out, right? So,
Hold on, just to clarify something real quick.
yes.
Because since Stan is rolling in the persona, if Stan is still rolling in the persona and he is bleeding, does that mean that Rye is seeing this?
Yeah, Rye, this would be something that you would notice. You would see that there's a whole bunch of white blood kind of dripping down Cham's thighs, where he got slashed by something. And this is very peculiar. You definitely note it.
I'm gonna pretend like I don't, and I'm gonna try to hit the airlock and also save him.
Okay.
Or detach it, save him.
So are you gonna, which one of you is gonna make the roll then, I guess? It sounds like you guys are helping each other out. Cham, you're able to get over to where the Cronus is and see the, you know, the damaged door that you had cut open originally. Who's making the roll?
Either one of us. It doesn't matter to me.
Whoever's making the roll, give yourself a +1, either heavy machinery or strength.
I'll do it. I'll do heavy machinery.
Okay, yeah, right-click it, give yourself a +1.
It just wasn't meant to be.
Ooh, okay.
Well, I can long haul and ignore all ones.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes, you've got long haul. Good point. Okay. All right. So, using your long haul ability, you managed to make this into a successful roll. You managed to decouple the airlock coupling onto the umbilical. You sort of separate it from the thing. It kind of retracts on its own a little bit, and you've now got that thing separated. When you guys go back down into the Cronus now, when you open up the door, you're going to cause a little bit of decompression. So in order to get back into the Cronus, I need each of you to make me a mobility roll. Ooh, okay. So, Cham, you're able to make it down into there once you open up the door, and as you guys kind of crank this thing open, it's at like your feet, and there's like a ladder that you would climb down to get into the junction, right? So as you go to open up this door, you're able to make your way down. You feel the air sucking out of the Cronus as it goes. It's kind of blowing you away. Kayla Rye, you have one success, so you do manage to kind of hang on, and you're in kind of the doorway, but you're frozen. You're like, this is such a bad situation. And in another turn, you'll be able to kind of make another roll, unless Cham wants to help you.
Yeah, I'll pull Rye in.
Okay. So, here's what happens then. Rye, you get dragged in by Cham as he kind of gets you towards the door, even though you're all frozen up. He then closes the door to the Cronus. The Cronus, you seal it back up. There's a whole bunch of decompression. Albert Johns has moved way down the hallway because of the air that started sucking out, and he got real scared and ran away. And you guys are now on deck A. And you hear Mother chime in again, telling you that there's 30 seconds.
Well, it should be jumping by now.
It starts to count down, basically, as you guys climb down the ladder. And after another bit of a turn, the Kronos takes off, sets off into the distance, and you can hear it counting down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and then slowly you hear this huge explosion in the distance, and the Cronus is rocked a little bit back and forth as it sort of takes on the impact from the tremor of the Montero exploding.
So we're not all dead?
Not yet.
Lurk, you're a coward. Everyone should have died. Everyone should have died. They fucking deserve to get everyone killed.
It was close.
So to be fair, they did set the autopilot, which is something you can do, even though it's something you can do, because in the Alien universe there is autopiloting. But no, that holy shit, that was incredible. Sorry, continue.
Okay.
Continue.
It's like I sent a DM to Laz during all this. I said, this is like in Portal 2 where it says nuclear explosion meltdown in 20 minutes, and Wheatley is trying to design cubes with legs or something. That's basically what was happening. Oh my god.
That was the best I've ever seen. Oh my god, that's so good.
Yeah, I mean, Miller's dead, so I mean, we can.
Who does Miller get to take over?
Yeah, we'll take a bit of a break, I think, in a few minutes, and we'll get to that.
Yeah.
In the immediate meantime, Rye, Cham, you guys are now in the airlock. Johns walks back in. Once I can find his token, you guys have a bit of a moment to process what just happened.
All right, Rye, take this. I hand Rye the incinerator. It's like the aliens on this ship don't seem to like fire. I'm gonna try to get the engines online, so we can get the fuck out of here. Like, there's more shit fucking going on. Don't let the company take you. And I run off.
I'm gonna look Cham in the eyes. Were you ever gonna tell me?
I didn't know. Fucking apparently they did it while I was in cryo. They put my memories in this fucking thing.
Jesus Christ.
Wilson's gonna fucking pay for this.
Would you die for your fellow crewmate?
I've been trying to die for you guys all day, but fucking I'm not fucking quick enough.
You're not wrong. Me either. Let's do this thing. I grabbed the incinerator from him.
Okay.
Anyway, I get the engines online and I'll radio you. Get the fucking bridge ready. We're getting the fuck out of here.
Let's see. There it is.
hand stuff to another character? Is that a thing you can do?
No, I'm doing it for you. Hold on, I'll delete
Oh,
it from
sweet.
here. There we go. So now you've got the incinerator. Johns overhears this. He's wide-eyed. He doesn't quite know kind of what's going on exactly. But he says, "Air scrubbers, I can head down and start them." But he's still got his hands up again because he realizes that he's definitely scared of you. Cham.
Do it. You haven't tried to double cross it so far, so that buys you a pass. Get air scrubbers online.
Okay. She shakes his head. He's sweating like profusely. He's so
Be
fucking
careful.
stressed out.
There's one of those things still around.
What things?
Under purple
Albert,
skin albinos. They're like the things that killed fucking Davis. There's more of them.
I heard about goop. I didn't hear about no things. Albert, what the fuck are these things?
They're like humanoids with no eyes and they're seamless mouth.
Was it the thing we saw down at the reactor?
Was it the same or was it different in that one, Lurk?
Completely different.
Yeah, so it was definitely different. And
It's
John's is
different
sort of
than
turning.
those. And it was chasing after something else that was different than it. And the whole fucking situation is fucked.
Yeah, John's looks
This
at,
is some type of company fucking experiment, and like somehow we're in the fucking middle of it.
Albert, do you know what creature he is talking about?
Yeah, as he turns to both of you, he says, "That's what the inoculation is for. There's some sort of alien thing on growing on the ship, and that's what the inoculation was designed to prevent. If you guys
So wait, these things are people?
Yeah, and he looks at your spacesuit, Cham, and he says, "Yeah, you might be compromised. You need the inoculation, or one of those things might pop out of your head."
I gotta get the engines line. I'll fucking look for inoculation afterwards.
And John sort of nods. He says, "Yeah, the reactor's ready to go. I was telling the young lady earlier that he sort of coughs and he's." You can tell that he's really struggling to sort of keep it together, but he's sort of wincing through the pain. Yeah, we need to, the engines. There's some mother's indicating that there's a fault on the outside. We need to spacewalk through there. And
okay, after I
make
get the engines online, I'll go do. I'll change suits and go spacewalk. Fucking, you get the air scrubbers. Fucking, you gotta stay safe, but like fucking, be prepared for any fucking thing at this point.
The hand.
Space ninjas. They're gonna come out of the woodworks next.
I have too many guns. I'm gonna hand Albert the service pistol. He's earned my trust.
Okay, yeah, you're giving him his pistol back.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be like, you're gonna need this. It's obvious that we're in danger here at all times.
Yeah, and he definitely appreciates that. You can see that he's like visibly a little bit better after he kind of handed the gun, and he shakes his head. He's like, okay. Yeah, if you guys can get the ship's engines repaired on the outside while I get the air scrubbers changed up, we'll be in good shape. Then we just have the comm relay to fix.
Sounds like a plan. I'll radio you once I got the engines and I'm headed outside.
Where do I need to be?
Well, it depends on what you want to kind of help with, Rye. You could go with Cham to repair the engines on the outside of the ship. Now, you could go back up to the airlock that you just went through, but that would cause decompression again, so you would need to make another mobility roll. Or you could head down to Deck D, where the sort of cargo and everything is held, and you could probably inspect those. There's supposed to be additional airlocks there, or there's the vehicle.
My eyes turn to dollar signs. I look down the shaft. You guys get going. I'll check the cargo.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay. So Albert starts making his way down the ladder, followed by Rye going down the ladder, and then Cham, you're gonna, I guess, switch spacesuits first, right?
Yeah.
And then, how are you gonna get outside to fix the engines? What's your route?
I'm gonna like follow the schematic of the ship to like the best exit point, I guess, in the ship to go out, and then I'm just gonna like grab a tether and try to go off that way and get everything online as quickly as I can. I'll look for a maintenance jack along the way because that'll probably help.
Okay. So like I was saying, you can go to deck D, and there's some airlocks down there that would probably let you get out to the outside, or there's like the vehicle bay door, or there's this airlock that you just went through. But again, you just the decompression would happen, and you'd have to make a roll or
Which
tether
one's
yourself.
closest to where the problem is in the ship?
So closest, I guess, would technically be the ones on deck D. It's just assuming that you're able to get through there.
I'm gonna try that way first, since that's the quickest route.
Okay, so you're also going to head down the ladders and go down to deck D.
Yeah, because we're in a time crunch.
Okay, so Rye and Albert are heading to deck C, and then Cham is heading down deck D. Okay, so before we get to that, as you guys are kind of climbing down the ladder and everything's kind of happened, let's turn back quickly to Valerie and to Wilson and see what they've been up to up until the sort of Montero exploded, and then we'll take a quick break. We'll get Iker into a new character, and then we'll be able to move some stuff forward, bring in Kieran and all that kind of good stuff.
So Valerie has entered the vents, and she's heading towards a location that I've whispered Lurk about, trying to move very stealthily and quietly.
Okay, let me scroll up to your whisper.
Sent the whisper 30 seconds ago.
30 seconds ago. Ah, there we go. Gotcha. Yes. Let me hold on. How do you message someone?
Type /W, or like /W Dayflower.
Okay, there we go. So yeah, Valerie, you see, can you see the vent door that's opened in the room now that I've opened it?
Wait, where is it? In this room?
Right there. Did you see that now?
You ping it? I do not see that, no. Would my character have had time to get that during the fucking around with the daisy and whatnot?
You'd be able to eventually kind of make your way down the shaft depending on kind of where you go. But yeah, you're currently in sort of the ventilation shafts, and you want to head down to deck C, I believe, to get to that.
Okay.
Okay. Wilson, what are you up to while Valerie's figuring her way through there?
I would assume at this point, while Valerie has gone through the vents, Wilson's kind of just looking over things in the room, kind of getting a gist of things. He doesn't want to follow right behind Valerie. Like, the trust there is clearly rocky at best. Wilson has not really any faith in anyone going forward, considering his crew, his actions, and the wild card that is the Cronus crew. After a bit of time has passed, he starts to unbuckle his suit. I assume Valerie at this point has gone. The door is still locked to Laurie's compartment?
Yes.
Yeah, you can see that it's still locked from that side. You could try to access it if you'd like, though.
Yeah. So in the meantime, Wilson, before he gets in the vent, I said before, during this time he walks over, sees the vent, and then he goes to the door and he tries to access it. Can't seem to do it even with the privilege he has. I will go ahead and roll a contact to see if I can.
Yes, please do. And give yourself a +1.
Okay. Give me one moment. Okay, we're keeping it together.
Keeping it together, and you do have 2 extra successes if you want to pull any stunts that are applicable.
Don't think this door is going to do much for me in terms of like any of the particular stunts. Yeah, just have it open as normal. Wilson's kind of sitting here. He tweaks with a little bit of the panel access, kind of changes a couple wires. He's got a little know-how. He's been with the Montero crew enough to know a couple things, little tricks. He walks in, and Lori's still in her tube, right?
Yes, she's still in the cryo tube. It's still working away on her. She's calmed down. Like she was initially, you could hear her like in pain and stuff like that. At this point, she's totally still. Looks like she might even be asleep as the machine continues to whir and work.
Okay.
You do see the open vent where Valerie kind of went through and kind of left the vent on the side. And inside the room, you see kind of the same, the super bloody kind of cryo tube. There's like a terminal kind of sitting off to the end there. And there's also some weird fungus-looking egg sac things kind of in the room that you can see kind of in the corner.
Interesting. Wilson looking around. His curiosity, the like little shrooms, is like piquing his interest, but he has more important things he needs to attend to before he kind of inspects that. As he sees Lori kind of asleep and the auto doctor doing its thing, he just goes to the terminal where the computer system is. If I can just get him to face that way, yeah, perfect. Yep. Types in a couple key commands, looking into the terminal system, and what's the progress on Lori's like recovery, or like what's the percentage status?
Yeah, and it reads out because it's been roughly, let's say 10-15 minutes now that she's kind of been in there. She's gonna need a little bit more time, maybe another like turn or two, maybe another 20, maybe 30 minutes.
And let's see, because this is very important. Is the auto doctor like fixing everything about her, like her leg, everything possible?
Yeah, it's not gonna help her very well aesthetically.
Mm-hmm.
She's still gonna look like a burn victim. But yeah, it is currently reseating her foot, which is why it's taking a little bit longer, because it has to really snap it back in place and like put in a splint and then do some like some like high-tech kind of repairs on it. And so it's going to take her, it's taking her a little bit. But yeah, she's going to be able to walk once she gets out of here.
And the last thing, if I abort the auto dock now, is there any repercussions or like any failure protocol that will kick in? Or I guess what I'm asking is, if I open her tube now during the process, will it have any negative side effects?
The autodoc might try and stop, but it's kind of cracked already a little bit. So you think you could probably get it open a little bit without actually disturbing the operation.
Okay. So in his best interest, without trying to, make things already a bit of a mess, but he knows that she has something he needs. And while he could sit here, time is of the essence, unfortunately, and there's not much time to dilly-dally. Wilson types a couple key commands, and he aborts the auto dock system.
Okay, yeah. The sort of system sort of pulls, it sort of stops. You see that some of the mechanisms are kind of pulling away from the machine, going back to their default positioning and everything like that. The bay starts to open up a little bit. There's a nice little hiss to it as it kind of opens up. And you can see Lori is laying there. She doesn't look to be conscious at the moment. Her leg still looks really swollen and stuff like that, but it did manage to like seat it and stuff. So she's not going to be able to walk very, very well as if she got the full operation, but it's okay, She's gonna be able to walk with it.
Wilson approaches from the side as the auto dock finishes boarding. He looks over her body. She's still asleep, correct?
Yeah, she's unconscious as far as you can tell.
Okay. Wilson, at this time, looks down and says, "Oh, mon ami, You don't look good. Oh, sorry. I almost. Whoa. Oh, where's Damien come from? Sorry. He says.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, sorry.
The streams are crossing.
It's Damien. No, he's like, well, now this is quite a predicament. My crew's gone AWOL. You are a absolute fucking mess with a leg that a mother could only love, and a skin and face that a mother could only love. I hope you do forgive me, Miss Laura, even though I know you are unconscious to my pleas of sincerity. Things have changed, and while you sleep that great sleep, I'm gonna save you the trouble if you ever have to deal with this again. Wilson takes the gun out,
Okay.
puts it to her head, and says, remember, none of this is personal. You served the company well. Here's your reward. Sleep on, dreamer. And he pulls the trigger and blows her brain off, or blows her brains.
Yeah. Point blank. She doesn't wake up. She you see the splatter kind of behind her. It sort of sprays all over the sort of cryo bay as Lori, now dead.
Wilson, taking no, absolutely to make it clear, he's not enjoying this. His face is stone cold. He realizes at this point that this was the only potential ally he could have had. But circumstance standing as it is, and realizing his actions with her earlier, she wasn't going to likely be happy with Wilson, let alone have any trust. Wilson, realizing the situation, after pulling his gun back, wiping it off with the blood, puts it holstered in, he reaches down and tries to search her body for anything else she might have.
Yeah, you do find 2 things on her body. First thing you find is in your inventory now. Let me know when you found that, and I'll put the second thing you find.
Yes, yeah, I got the first thing.
Okay, and then the second thing you find is this.
Beautiful.
Do
Wilson...
you want to pull that out now?
Not yet. Not yet. He still has something he has to do. But he as he pulls these 2 things out, the first thing he's like, this will come in quite handy. Stows it away. Then he sees the other thing, quite large and quite like portable. He looks at it, he's like, now, Miss Laurie, you are quite the help, even in past life. Well, don't worry. We'll clean you up real quick. And as, Wilson gets the materials, and he looks one more time at Laurie, feeling like a mixture of sympathetic, but knowing the cold, hard truth of how business is done within the company. This had to be done. And in fact, giving her a mercy killing was the nicest thing he could have done. And so he walks away, heads back to the terminal, types in a couple more commands, repeating commands, and restarts the auto dock system just to, at this point, let it do its thing, cover her up, heal her up, under the pretense that she's still healing, and then, nothing's awry.
Make me another comm tech roll.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So you go to start up the auto dock again, and the auto dock is giving you errors. It realizes that the subject currently within the lying on the table is currently deceased, and that there's nothing that the auto dock is going to be able to do. And as you punch in some commands, you're trying to convince it to finish up the job that it was doing on her leg. It was already in mid operation. You kind of interrupted it, so it had some, it was still mid kind of operation as you kind of went back to start it. But then you really start to tremble a bit. Maybe it's the realization of the just absolute stone cold bloodshed that you just inflicted onto Lori as she lay unconscious. Maybe that's kind of getting back into your mind a little bit there as you're kind
I'll
of
even add to that. I'll add to that same thought, like the cold notes, like the nature of killing someone. Wilson hasn't done it before. This is the first time he's actually murdered someone, like shot a gun and killed someone. And like you said, as he's like trying to do this, he's like starting to cough a bit. He's like, shit, it's fucking air. And he also then kind of vomits. And as he vomits and it hits like on the keyboard of the terminal, there's like a little bit of like red tinge in that vomit. He doesn't notice it, doesn't see it, because he's too focused on trying to get shit done. And Wilson's like, damn it. All right. Well, that changes plans. I suppose whatever's done has been done. Best hurry before my super soldier receives the bad news. And then as he still coughs and he starts to make his way out, kind of not trying to look at the mess he just created on both either the terminal on the Autodoc computer or the coup de grace he just, gave someone. He sees the mushrooms one last time, and while he's like very curious, he thinks, I fucking hate mushrooms. Fucking. And he still keeps walking, and he now finds himself making his way towards the vents, and Wilson proceeds to crawl in and disappears into the vent system for a little bit.
Well, how audible was that gunshot?
So he deliberately waited some time before you kind of went through the vent. So I would say from where he is currently, in terms of where everybody else kind of is, that you wouldn't have been able to hear that. Yeah.
All right, yeah, because I'm like already on the next deck by then, reading through storage, getting my thing.
No? It kind of depends. I would say some of this is happening right before the Montero explodes. For the most part. So I would say that as Wilson is getting into the ventilation system, that is when the Montero is exploding at that time.
Gotcha,
That's how much, we're catching up in time, basically.
Yeah.
So you guys wouldn't have been able to hear that, but you would, and you would barely not catch Valerie heading down the ladders ahead of you, going down into Deck C before you kind of get down and then decide where you guys are going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that, I say we take a break. I'm going to hook up Iker with another character. It's about 4:11 my time. How much time do people feel like you need for a break?
As long as you need. I mean, I'm ready to keep roaring, but as long as you need to set
I
up
only need
stuff.
5 or 10 minutes, not even.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I only have until like.
I'm like getting that pre-dinner hunger, but we might like play through when I normally eat, so I'm gonna rustle up a snack.
Okay, so like another 2-ish hours or so, Hour Man?
What's up?
It's like another like 2-ish hours.
Yeah. So another like, whoever needs a break.
Okay.
But
let's do 15 minutes then.
All right. I guess when we get back, can you and Lass meet me in Blades?
Yes, that'd be cool.
All right.
So it's about 4:12 and 15 minutes. That's about 4:20 something or other. So we'll see where we're at like 4:20, 4:25ish. Okay.
All right. See you at 4:20.
Iker, if you want to head down to Blades with me. Yo, man, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, I knew that as soon as there was a roll, I was like, I'm gonna get fucked. We should have did that opposite, but whatever.
No, it's valiant to try and get the money. That's totally in Miller's character. You know?
Yeah, that's what my character cared about. That's why I was like, yeah, let's get this shit and get out of here.
Yep. Probably a little. You probably could have saved, or like I could have given you another minute, but you guys were kind of like discussing back and forth, and like this the module tells me to be like super strict on the time, and so it was getting down to the wire to where like, okay, I'm gonna have to just explode the ship almost.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure our plan was just to explode the ship and kill everybody else and get out of there.
Yeah. No, which was a good idea, honestly.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't have worked out. Yeah, and I don't know. That would have been a anticlimactic way maybe to end the game, but I don't know.
Maybe. Once I seen that's what he was trying to do, I was like, yes, this is what Miller wants to do, is just get the money and get out of here. Buy a new ship.
So let me share with you the other characters that you can now take on. Let me DM you. 1 second. Gotta find where. It's easier if I just send you a new message, so it takes me right to it. So there's still Liam Flynn, who's the doctor who ran away, and there's still Albert Johns, who is currently going to the air scrubbers to help Rye out, right? So there's those two people. Those two are already on the ship, and you could take control of them, either of them. Then there is Captain Balaji, who's captain of the Sotillo, and his crew is these two, except Pin, the mercenary, is already going to be played by Kieran Shanks. And then there's this kid, Horton. So you could be Balaji, you could be Bean, the pilot, you could be Horton, the mechanic. Or you could be Johns, or you could be Liam Flynn.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yep.
Balaji's pirate.
Yep.
Captain.
Yeah,
I
you
wanna
know
be him.
when I gave you guys that false ping and told you guys that like the sensors on the Montero had been messing up?
Yeah.
What they were pinging was this guy's ship, the Sotillo, but it's got some like interruption, like I forget what the word is right now, but it's got a way to disrupt sort of your sensors, and so that's why I kept picking up like a ghost ship. But it turns out it really was a ship that's following you. And now that the Montero has exploded, they're gonna move in to dock with the ship pretty soon. And that's when I'm gonna introduce these 4 characters.
Yeah, I'll be him.
You'll be Captain Balaji? Okay, cool. Let me hook you up with his stuff. Figure ownership. Okay, so you should have an NPCs folder now in your actors, and then if you go into the Sotillo, you should be able to see his character sheet.
Yeah.
Cool. He comes with a service pistol and kind of all that good stuff. Let me unclick that he's an NPC. Actually, there we go. And cool. Now you're set up kind of to play this character once he gets introduced. I'm going to have them dock.
So this is
pretty
like
soon.
another.
Yep, you're another captain.
Yeah, but like he's like also another person who just like doesn't like Wilson.
He doesn't know Wilson. So
Yeah, but he doesn't like Wayland Yutani, and he's like a company agent for Wayland Yutani, right?
not for Wayland
no?
Yutani. He's under contract from Siegson.
Oh yeah, Seekson.
Yeah,
That's
so
right.
his
Sorry.
job is to
Okay,
harass
so I
Wayland
don't
Yutani
necessarily,
ships. Yeah, so he doesn't
hate
necessarily
him.
hate Wilson, but his job is to
but I want to
harass
fuck
ships.
with their ship that they're on right now. Okay.
Yep.
I got
And
you.
so your kind of idea is that this is just another Wayland Yutani ship that you're gonna ransack for money and cargo.
Okay, just another day on the job.
Yeah, initially they were going to
Fucking
harass the Montero, but then as the Montero drifted off of their route and was rerouted by Mother and all this and that, they just followed along to see what was going on. And now that that ship exploded, they're like, okay, something's happening. Let's move in and check it out. And then you're going to see that like, oh, there's this stuff happening on the ship. You know, you have to rediscover some of the information, right? But
Okay, do you want me to be a good guy or just bad guy? Like I'm just gonna,
you should
or
be
am I gonna be
self-interested.
like a anti-hero, self-interested? Just get all the
Yeah,
shit and
I mean,
get
you
out.
could like turn his personal agenda is to turn this tricky situation into a profit without risking your ship and crew, right? So if shit hits the fan, you're totally able to just go back to the Sotillo and like leave, right? But your character wants to turn a profit. Like it sees like, you know, you got dollar signs in your eyes because if you manage to get this stuff back to Siegson, they'd probably give you a lot more money, right?
Okay, so I might even cut a deal with Wilson
Yeah. If you're able to
because he's
take
got the
like
goodies.
some of the stuff back, you could like, you know, you could say like, all right, yeah, you've got that urn or whatever. That urn comes with me and that gives you passage onto our ship and we'll save your life. but you give that to me, right? You could do something
Yeah,
like that.
that's essentially like what
Yep.
I was thinking. Yep.
Yep. And the people on your team, like Mickey has an incinerator, Pinion I think has a magnum. I think Helene, your pilot, might also have a magnum, and then you have a service pistol. You guys aren't going to have any spacesuits, so you're not gonna, so if you breathe in the black motes and stuff, you might get infected. So you do need the inoculation potentially. So just something to keep in mind there.
And that one dude has the inoculation and stuff.
Mallory has them right now. Yeah, Dave Flowers' character.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. But your character doesn't necessarily know that. You're gonna have to learn about that kind of stuff in game.
Yeah.
But to give you guys to give you some goals, yeah. And then Kieran Shanks again is gonna be Pinion, who is a mercenary that you've hired to like keep you guys safe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's your buddy. I'm pretty sure you're like buddies with them.
Okay. Is this like a tight crew or not a tight crew?
Yeah, you guys are a tight crew. You're a pirate.
Okay.
So yeah, you're not under like the wing of necessarily a corporation, but you do work for one, at least currently. So cool. Any questions?
No, I got it.
Awesome. Okay, you can head back.
What I would just tell Lurk is say, hey Lurk, because if the session ended there, with the whole situation going on with the fucking Montero, I was like, you know what, just load up Hope's Last Day, Lurk. You're good. Don't worry about it. The shortest Chariot session.
It almost happened.
Yeah, I genuinely thought it was going to be like we were going to finish up like an hour ago because that whole situation. I was like, oh my god, is this going to happen?
I'm like, well, there we go. Oh well, we tried.
That would have been.
Yeah, we were gonna kill all you guys.
Yeah, I honestly was.
Yeah, and to be clear, I followed the module. None of that was me being sympathetic to kind of what was happening or deciding to keep you guys alive. Like the module ran things for sure.
The module dictate
death. You were very close to killing every single person. Which, Kieran, man, that would have been awkward. You would have been the only survivor.
But no, it's
that new ship though.
Which this is the Cronus we're looking at?
Yeah, currently.
It truly does feel like we went from Act 1 to Act 3 very quickly.
Yeah, shit hit the fan real quick.
Yeah, like this is scary. Real quick, Lurk. We have some time before the break's over. Lurk, Stan, meet me in Blades for a moment, and then we'll be right back, guys.
Yeah,
dude, what the
fuck?
First off, you sky slump piece of shit. You almost won. You almost fucking won.
Close to victory. I was like, yes.
Lurk, I'm sitting here thinking to myself as Wilson, because I know obviously, he's Lucas, and I'm thinking, dude, Lucas is gonna win. Like he's gonna complete all his parameters, and I'm sitting here laughing because the funny part of it all is everyone's just going along with this whole situation. Our man's like getting fucking scared and terrified. Miller is, just losing her shit. And like, there's like this hope of like, maybe we can fix things. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh, this is so good. And the best part is it's like, I can't do anything because no one trusts me. I'm locked away. And I'm like, you know what? Let's see how it plays. If we did die, that would have been insanely... that would have been a session to talk about. It's still a session to talk about, but holy fuck. And just good lord. Oh, and one thing I did want to say, Lurk, I apologize if there's times where I feel like I'm metagaming on your behalf as a GM. I apologize. I do feel like I do overreach. I'll pull it back a bit. I don't know if you felt that. I just don't want to, because I noticed when Lucas got attacked, or I guess in this case Cham, and the white blood. Obviously, a lot of things are going on, but I just wanted to make it be like, hey, your buddy's bleeding white, just to make sure. But then I like how Stan spun it around and like, listen, it's me. It's the company, and I'm like, oh, you clever dog.
It's about to get redder because while you're like in the fucking med bay, I get on the private camps. I'm like fucking JJ. Did you know?
Yeah.
Oh man. Outside of that, yeah, just wanted to do a quick that. That was insane. And well done, Lurk. Well done.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm gonna message on Wilson while he's in the fucking med bay. I guess with fucking Lori, but Wilson, did you know?
I think even in the module, no matter what, I'm gonna obviously play within character, but I think even in the module, Wilson doesn't even know anything. This is like a double agent beyond even Wilson's information, because he's only following the orders. He doesn't know that Bionational's in this at all. So this is even if he does meet Lucas, won't even know. But
but like I say, I'll message him like, Wilson, did you know?
All right, that's all I wanted to do. We can get back in and rock and roll.
I know, like I said, I'm doing this in game, a scene. I'm actually messaging Wilson while he's in the med bay. Did you know? You hear a message over the comm and say, did you know?
Oh, okay. We'll see if I respond. If Wilson's respond.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back in there with them.
I'll have to go back a little bit to a scene because I forgot to give you an option, Laz. But we'll work it out.
Yeah. Well, no biggie. I'm enjoying. No matter what, I'm enjoying.
Yeah.
Hell yeah! All right, we can head back. Alrighty, is everybody here? Do we need a couple more minutes? We good to jump back in?
Check.
I'm ready.
I'm good to jump back in.
Let's rock and roll.
Okay. So, what do we start with? Well, I guess first let's go to Deck C, because that's where a bunch of characters are currently going. And Valerie, you're gonna get down there first. So let's start with you. So you head down the junction. And does everybody have sight? Let's see. Shared vision. Nope, not yet.
I see the reactor.
You'll be able to see her a little bit above now.
Yep.
You're making your way into the storage. What are you looking for in particular again?
The thing I whispered you about.
Right, that's right. Okay.
And the other thing I whispered you about after Wilson's panic.
Yes, let me double check.
They kind of go hand in hand.
The panic.
Gotta scroll to where? Second. Okay, yeah, no, you're in, Okay, so the one that you're in currently, the storage room that you're in, you don't see anything useful in there. If you want to make this other one open up, you need to make... Wait, let me double check that this is accurate for a second. Oh, no, okay, sorry. Those shouldn't be locked. And as you walk in, you see 7 drums of the highly unstable napalm-like chemical quintricentylene, which were brought along in case things got out of hand on LV 1113. You know that if you lit up a drum of this stuff, that it would cause quite the explosion, followed by probably a pretty intense fire.
Cool. It's just the whole drums of it.
Yeah, there's 7 in total. Think of them kind of like a big keg of you'd have to pick it up with both hands to kind of move one and stuff like that. You're pretty strong, so I wouldn't make you roll in order to move one. But if you were trying to I don't know, put 2 underneath one arm or something, then yeah, it's pretty
God,
heavy.
no. Fucking white guys carrying the foldable chairs in church or something.
yeah. But yeah, there's like I said, there's 7 of them in there.
All right.
And
What I want to do, I want to drag one over here and open a vent and like shove it into the vent, and
Okay.
then cover it back up.
Okay, yeah, you get the vent cover undone, you drag the sort of barrel over there, and then you get the thing done. And as you do, down the hallway, let's say this door is still open, you can hear some people coming down the ladder.
I am going to close this door, make sure the door behind me is closed, and like
Okay.
Escape
Okay.
into a different vent, probably. Like full imposter moding right now.
Okay, yeah. Do you want to go to the nearest one by you right now?
I want to go to this one. Right by.
Yep. There we go.
I'm gonna like try to close the vent on behind me as best I can.
Yep, you struggle a little bit, but you do manage to get it back on there, and then you're back in there. And that is when Kayla Rye, you come down. Oh, you still have the flashlight on.
Can I unpanic?
Yes, by now you'd be able to unpanic. You kind of calm down after you feel better after you you've kind of got a plan in mind. You've got an action that you're kind of looking to go do. So you got your mind's a bit more focused. John's is down here with you.
I'm gonna look at my worn photo of my brother to relieve a stress.
Yep, you could reduce 1 stress. And as you get down there, John says, the storage is right ahead. I'll have to see. Hopefully nothing happened to our spare filters, but I doubt it. He kind of walks over. He wouldn't have opened that. He would go down here. Here we go. He sort of goes in, and the filters are pretty big. They're like as big as like a whole person, and there's like several stacks of these things sort of covered up in these like dusty old plastic kind of covers and stuff like that. And Johns begins to sort of pull 1 or 2 out. They're pretty lightweight from what you can tell because he's handling like 2 of them at a time, and he sort of has them in each arm as he kind of starts to carry them out into the hallway. You gonna help them at all, or yeah?
I'll give them a hand. If they're light enough to carry with 1 arm, I'll use 1 arm and hold my bolt going still with the other arm, but still help them.
Okay. Yeah. So you're able to grab 1 or 2 of them as well. They're kind of bulky, you know. That, like I said, they're about as tall as kind of you are, but yeah, they're really lightweight, so you're kind of able to make it. And John says,
I can't go around this corner in the vent.
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me help you.
Thanks.
There we go. Yep. All right, quick wall editing. John C. then makes his way down here. He pops open a little service tunnel, and the filters are like barely able to fit into this service tunnel. He has to kind of put them sideways, but you can kind of tell that he's done this before, right? Like he's not fumbling or like doesn't hesitate to like figure out how he's gonna fit them. He's just like, here we go again. And so he pushes one or 2 of them through, and then he climbs in himself and starts pushing them along.
Could I feed the next one in behind him?
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah. He hears you do that. He kind of pushes them forward. You see that there's like in the middle, there's a bit of a vent that goes off to the left, and he kind of backs up a little bit, grabs the filter that you're kind of feeding in there, and then kind of pulls it backwards as he kind of inches his way back towards the middle.
And try to make small talk. Hey, Johns, how many of you guys were on this ship?
As he's grabbing it, John says, "Oh, We're in the, I think we had, is it 46, I think, in total, maybe? He kinda makes
46.
his way in here.
You really think all those are still here?
Comes back out and grabs it. No, that's just what we started out with. Most of them got left on LVU 1113.
Well, I'm not asking for an actual report. I'm just asking how many you think are left.
Honestly, at this point, probably just me, Valerie, Liam, and Miss Clayton.
Gotcha.
I didn't see anyone else wake up from cryo, and when we barricaded ourselves in there, I mean, there weren't too many of us left to begin with. The captain was on the bridge, and you can tell that this is tough for him to talk about. You know, he's kind of, you know, he grabs the last filter that you have and starts pulling it back in. He says, "Okay, I think we'll need 2 more." He says, kind of eyeing things. He kind of disappears into the middle of the shaft that you can kind of peer into, Rye. You're not going to be able to make your make it in there with the spacesuit that you have on, but you can peer in there, and like if you wanted to turn on your light, you could see a little bit better. You know what I mean? You see him poke his head out. Yeah, we just need 2 more filters, but I gotta get the old ones out first, and let me see.
Get the old ones out. I'll get 2 more filters.
Stan disconnected for a second. I mean, keep
Oh,
going.
okay.
So he just wanted to let y'all know.
Yep, no, thank you for that. Okay, so as Rye, as you're making your way back down there, Albert is currently taking an assessment of the filters and their current state and everything. Valerie, you're still in the ventilation system.
Oh yeah, I'm still in the vent. Is there another corner here that's like broken that I can't go around?
Yeah, you see that should connect to something, but it kind of doesn't.
All right, I'm gonna
Kinda
go back, and I'm gonna. Can I peek out of the vent?
Yeah, if you open it or if you kind of like peer through, the issue with this one is that the room is completely dark inside. So when you go to kind of peek through, can't really make anything out in there.
I'm gonna go back to the vent where I entered and just kind of lie in wait, peering out,
Okay, yeah, you're
looking
just
for an
kind of keeping watch.
opportunity.
Okay. So now we will turn to Cham. You were heading down to deck D, correct? Oh wait, he stepped out for a moment, right? Yeah, because he's disconnected at the moment. Okay, so we'll actually go to Wilson then. Wilson, you are still on deck B.
Be right back. 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so during this time as Wilson's kind of climbing through the shaft a little bit, he lands down and like from the vent on his feet, kind of getting his bearings. I'm gonna go ahead and give him, well, I guess at this point it's hard to say. Let's see, do I, like, as soon as he lands down, he sees all these, like, mangled corpses of, like, people mutilated and, like, disfigured?
He does, yeah.
Okay, I'll go give myself a stress for that, then.
Yeah, and we could remove your panic as well.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe get that
Gotcha.
out there.
Wilson landed down, seeing all this. He takes a moment, sees that one of the doors is open that leads towards where he was. He kind of looking over the map and is, well, no, he doesn't even have the spacesuit anymore, so he can't even do that. He, I guess, from memory, whatever he can remember, he knows this part of the ship is kind of, you know, foobarred. Wilson taking a moment, he says, things would have been easier. People didn't go fucking crazy on the goddamn ship. Now here we are.
And actually, let me rewind time real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So for each of you in sort of your spacesuit, there's sort of a comm system that is sort of attached to the suit when you put it on. You are able to take the comm system with you. Is that something that you would want to do, Wilson, before you get out of the suit?
I'll even do you one better. I
Right.
can attach I'll attach the comm system to the PDA that I received.
Okay. Yeah. So in your inventory, 1 second. There we go.
Like I'll just like attach it, set it up where now it's attached to the comm system, and then I'll still have like a little headset on my head.
Yep. Awesome.
Wilson
So, yeah, what
gets.
would you like to do?
Oh, go. Wilson gets on the mic after kind of seeing things, and he says to everyone, "Well, it seems we're still alive. Congrats. Could we do a little bit of a roll call? Anyone wanna come on out?" And this is just generally for the Montero crew, as he's saying this on the comms.
I'm going to choose to remain silent for now.
Okay.
Wilson then, after hearing like no response, says, "Well, just making sure everything's clear. First off, it wasn't my choice, nor was it me who decided for this all to play. We had one job, and our company orders decided that this was more valuable." And as Wilson looks down at the urn he has, he says one last time, "There's still time. We can make this all right, and we can all still come out rich, and more importantly, alive. Now, clearly, we have some trust issues as well as conflicting of interest. That being said, I'm an honorable man, and anyone who's still listening, even you, Cham, I'm willing to make this work, and we will all get out alive. Company or not, I'm just as human as you. But we need to get this ship up and running."
I'm going to butt it on the radio. Exactly what have you been doing to get this ship up and running?
Oh, right. It's good to hear your voice. Someone with a bit more sense. What have I been doing? Well, a lot actually. But it's kind of hard when your crew members try to full-on mutiny someone who isn't even their captain. It's quite strange now.
No, what's strange is you blaming me for my co-worker's death while you weren't helping us fix the ship you so desperately want to fix. And then wondering why your crew
Mr.
is
Wright, let
batshit
me-
crazy.
Mr. Wright, let me endure you with some information. I know you are a bit of a roughneck, and your ability to comprehend the most basic of things is not up there. But I got the mother system online. Without mother, you can't run a damn ship of shit. So, saying that I'm not doing anything is a bit of a far-fetched statement, wouldn't you say? And blaming me for the death of Leah Davis is bizarre. I'm not sure how...
You blamed
Then where-
us for that death. I was actually probably on your side up until that point. But now I feel like you deserve a little bit of punishment for that.
So
her
you
death is on
entail...
me.
You
Her death is
no,
on me.
No, hold on. Let me clarify something. Whether her death was on me, you, or anyone else, she chose to go in that position, and things played out. Cham run away from the situation. Two of you ran behind cover while Miss Leah Davis gave her life defending all of you. If any blame is to be done, it's on her bravery.
I
Not
wasn't
the
looking for
character.
an explanation of the situation. I was looking
Well,
for
what-
an explanation on why you said her death was our fault. My fault over comms earlier.
You know why it's your fault? Because you were scared. And it's okay to be scared, Miss Rye. Or, sorry, yeah, Miss Rye. We're all scared. But the time to act hysterical and blaming is beyond that. Even I recognize that now. Things have changed. The game has changed. The script has flipped. Do you understand what I'm trying to convey to you?
I don't care at this point about Miss Leah Davis. Shit, we'll give her a goddamn burial on a fucking blue planet that has some nice soil on it, for all I give a fuck. The amount of money we have is beyond that point. And last I recall, you've got familiar ties that needs that money, don't you? I've looked at your company records. I know who you are. Don't lie to me and say you don't. Now,
You're not wrong, but I'm currently right now working to fix the ship. Wondering, which side are you on? Are you on my side? Or are you on somebody else's side?
I'm on the
Wilson, you
side
see
of...
Liam Flynn kind of walk up. He sees that you're mid-conversation and doesn't want to interrupt, but he's clearly looking to get your attention as he kind of walks forward.
He looks at Flynn for a second, and he kind of notions to stay put for a moment. And as he finishes up, he says, I'm on the side of survival and profit. I think we all agree those are two things we all want out of this situation. Not more bloodshed, not more life loss. I'm already seeing a fucking hallway full of blood as it is, and I don't need any more of that. Hell, I don't want you to die, Miss Rye, let alone Cham, despite the insanity. Speaking of that, where's the captain? Where's Miller?
I've been talking to him since the thing. I don't know. I don't know.
What was the last... Let me ask you a quick question as he tries to finish this up. Where did Miller last go?
You're
Do you
asking
remember?
the wrong person.
No. Where did Miss Miller go, right? When was the last time she talked to you? What was the goal? Where did she go? I'm only assuming on the Montero.
Go
What
on.
do you think? What do you think happened on the Montero? Because if the captain was still here, she'd be clearly pulling rank and letting me know the whole situation, would she not? So what happened on the Montero, right? Or what do you think happened on the Montero? And also, where's Cham?
Yeah, where is Cham?
Isn't this a bit strange? Isn't it making you wonder a couple things? Isn't it bizarre that a basic roughneck worker takes control of the situation, even from you and the captain, proceeds to make radical decisions at the life of people we don't even know? Because of a Mexican standoff that went awry? Because people got scared? This all comes back to fear, right? It all comes back to fear. But more importantly, trust is important. But I don't even know if I can trust you. Cham, if you're listening, you're a fucking psycho. And I don't know what happened to you, or if the death of one crew member is enough to make you snap. That's not rational. And I'm a man of rationality. But
Rationality? Is that what you call referring to company policy when people's lives are on the line? Is that what you call fucking not signing with your crew and wondering why you're in the shit you're in, blaming everybody else, never taking responsibility yourself? I can see why you think Cham is batshit crazy for doing what he did, but you kind of deserve a lot of what you get through your own actions, and a lot of it, has to do with some of that. I watch somebody get murdered in front of my face, and you're like, company policy. You're not wrong. I do want the money. I do want to work with you to get it, but how do you think I can trust you? How are you going to convince me you're on my side?
I'll finish this up then, Rob, with just a simple sentence, simple statement. You can't trust that goddamn soul. Not me, not Cham, not anyone. Trust is irrelevant right now. We all have guns to our throats, and who knows where the bullet may go. All I'm going to say is company policy and protocols are things we use to stay alive. Doing reckless bullshit has led to death more than anything. Rules and procedures lead to organized... it's never mind. This is pointless. Right, if I see you, I do hope it is on better terms and not hostile. But obviously, that's for you to decide. Anything you'd like to say before I call comms? I've got something important that just came up.
Are you my enemy or are you my ally?
this point, Miss Rye, I'm just a survivor. I have no ill will to you or anyone. I just want to live and make some fucking money.
Do you have money or something that's worth a lot of money?
I've got some beyond your dreams, Miss Rye. But for that to be accomplished, I need to be alive, and this ship needs to stay intact. That's all I'll say.
I'll remind you that I shot nobody but a fucking blue freak that fucking destroyed the face of a coworker of mine. And
No, that's why
I have a friend here right now, so I feel safer than I was alone a while ago. So I'll keep what you said in mind. But you're currently not my enemy. It's not like I'm gonna shoot you on sight. At the same time, I'm not sure if I can turn my back on you with, feeling safe in the area. Depending, we'll see.
Well, I think that concludes everything then, Miss Rye. Till then, be safe, and for the love of God, don't shoot your gun anywhere. This ship is a fucking nightmare on legs. Then Wilson cuts comms.
Yeah, you've got a little volume slider. You're able to slide that down to 0, basically, if you want to, and sort of turn off all the sound kind of coming from it. And kind of as you do, you see Liam. He's looking around. He's obviously not, he's stressed out because of all of the stuff kind of around you. But he sort of says, "Where's everybody else? I was looking for Lori or Johns. I hope they also got away. What was that?"
Mr. Flynn. Was it Flynn, correct?
Yes, Dr. Flynn, and Wilson,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, we met in the unfortunate situation of the cryo tubes. Please, Mr. Flynn, let's keep our voice down. I know things are a bit dire as they are, but we need to keep a sound mind. Now,
Yeah, I found
when you
something. I need help. I think I found our
Okay.
synthetic,
well,
but I haven't been able to. She looks damaged. Something happened to her, but I was coming to find Johns or Ori to help me, but I can't find anybody but you.
my dear Mr. Flynn, unfortunately, Miss Laurie met her fate at the hands of succumbing to her wounds from our crew member's flamethrower. I do apologize about that. These
His
things.
mouth like opens, and he's like, oh, he's devastated.
As for your friend, Mr. Johns, his condition is unknown. Likely, he could either be still in captivity or dead himself. Regardless, this information you've imparted on was synthetic. Your ship has one?
He shakes his head up and down. Yeah, Ava. When we boarded ourselves in cryo, it was risky. We knew it was risky, but we left Ava to take care of the ship while we all were all in cryo. Even with the xenomorphic beings being, on the Kronos, but we had no choice,
No, I understand. You made a sound decision. Listen, I need you to stay with me if you want to live. Is that understood, Mr. Flynn?
He shakes his head, and then he notices the metallic urn that you're carrying, and his eyes grow wide a little bit, and then it sort of dawns on him that you're not wearing a spacesuit anymore, and he goes, "Wait a minute, you're inoculated? Did you? I couldn't open the." He kind of points behind over his shoulder. I couldn't get the bay door open. It looks like someone welded it. What?
In all due time, Mr. Flynn, I'll ease your mind by saying yes, I am inoculated. As Wilson pulls up an auto-injector, but he does a little sleight of hand. It's actually Leah Davis's, one of her, X drugs.
Yep.
And he covers, the vial end to show, and he covers the vial end to show that there's, the liquid is covered by his hand, and just holds it up. Yes, I took this in the med bay. As for the urn, I know it's a bit surprising, but this here's I'll take it home. Without it, the rescue party's not coming. Do you understand?
He shakes his head. No, yeah, I mean that's the stuff we use to make the inoculation.
Yes, which is very important because we don't want this And as he says this, he kind of turns his head to the pile of corpses down the hallway. We don't want another one of this to happen again, do we?
And you can tell Flynn is trying his best not to look at the things that you were indicating. And he says, no, I believe me, I know the power of that stuff. It's invaluable. The amount of diseases that we could cure, the medicinal purposes are, and you can tell that his mind has just wandered off for a minute, and he almost looks happy thinking about it.
Wilson snaps his fingers. Mr. Flynn, listen.
Oh,
You're getting a step ahead. You're getting a step ahead. You have grand visions, and I appreciate that. But we're in survival mode now. Every move we make could be our last, or our last, or could be the steps to getting us alive. Now we need to get to that AVA or the synthetic unit you were speaking about. Can I lead the way, Mr. Flynn?
Yes. No, please. She's in. Yes, this way. He turns and he starts taking you down to a room. One of the... this way. And he has a key card that he slots into the door and then opens it up. And as you guys kind of go through, you see... he's got her on the bed. Right here. And you see a woman who's clearly has her eyes closed, is sort of shut down, lying on the bed, and you can tell that sort of pooling out and sort of staining a little bit of the sheets, which are covered in dust and grime and stuff like that, is this white liquid that seems to have been pouring out of the back of her neck. And as Liam sort of points at her, he says, "Yeah, she seemed injured. I found her just in the hallway, kind of slumped over, so I brought her in here, and I don't know what happened to her. Obviously, it's been 70 years, I guess, but I can't seem to help her."
It looks like she's took... No worries, Mr. Flynn. It looks like she took some sustained lack of maintenance as time has gone on, and this could be an easy fix or could take some time. First things first, please secure the door, lock it. You need to maintain discreetness, if you understand. Thank you, sir. Now, quickly, I need you to hold her steady while I access her panel from the back. Can you do that for me?
He shakes his head in agreement, and he turns to her, and he starts putting his sort of weight down onto both of her shoulders and stuff as you kind of go to start accessing.
All right, now steady now. I'm going to see if I can try to reroute her systems. It's not guaranteed to work, but at the very least, it's a step to something. And go ahead and roll a contact.
Yep, go ahead.
This is probably not going to go well. Ooh. Nope. My turn to freeze.
Okay. Yeah, so Wilson, you go to sort of you lift up kind of the back of her head, right? Because that's kind of where some of the damage is, and sort of in the nape of her neck is kind of where you're trying to get at, kind of like the access to the panel. And as you kind of lift up her head, you notice that there is a large kind of gash that looks like something either swiped at or clawed at, or some sort of like thing really took its claws into the back of her head from the best that you can kind of tell. And it takes you aback. You suddenly freeze up and you're like, oh my, what the, like, you weren't expecting that. Like, you were just expecting maybe some routine maintenance stuff, some rerouting, and all of a sudden, no, the back of her head is messed up.
Now, Mr. Flynn, let me make this clear. What I am seeing is something more than just a small humanoid attack. I'm seeing something quite large penetrate the back of this synth's neck. And as Wilson's like motions freeze, and as you everything you've added as well, Lurk, he looks to Flynn and says, "Is there something else on this ship, Mr. Flynn, that I don't know about?"
Flynn, he sort of turns to you. His eyes are a bit wide now, and he says, "Well, I mean, you saw the thing that came out of Cooper's head, right? The older guy,
Yeah,
the older guy
yes.
in the cryo.
Yeah. Yes,
Well-
yes, I saw that.
Well, those things, they can grow up. They get much bigger. That was only the beginning stage of the creature's life force.
Wilson's mind is a mixture of absolute terror for his being, but he's also conflicted with the idea of, holy fuck, we have hit the gold mine in bioweapon and engineering that Weyland-Yutani has always been looking for. He realizes this is truly the gold mine. This will give him, this will send him to the right hand of Mr. like Weyland himself, if he can somehow pull this off. But still freezed up, realizing that before he can even get to that point, that destined, that goal for any corporate, pencil pusher, he looks to Flynn and says, "Mr. Flynn, as of right now, the Saber unit's gonna need a long more time to fix. Now, I can spend some time here and I can try to get us sorted. But the longer we stay here means the longer we have a chance of meeting the fate similar to this unit. Now, I need you to do me one favor, and that's all I'm going to ask. I need you, on the behalf of, on my request, I need you to go down to storage and find me an engineering kit. Now, can you do that for me?"
Engineering kit. Yeah, I can do that. Sure. Yeah, no
Okay,
problem.
Good. Now, I'm going to impart my weapon to you, because I trust you, Mr. Flynn. And Wilson hands him the service pistol.
Okay.
Now, I know it's not much, but I promise, it will give you confidence. You already feel the weight of that steel in your hand?
Yeah, Lim, he takes the gun. He's kind of holding it. He's like, it's heavier than he expected. You know what I mean? He's kind of like, whoa, okay. Yeah, he's shaking his head. He's like, okay, no, I can do this. I can totally do this, Mr. Wilson. And he looks over at Ava and then back to you. And he says, I'll be right back.
Oh, Mr. Flynn, before you go, one last thing. You never met me. And in reference to that, if you see anyone else, pretend that our relation, our association, is non-existent. If you did otherwise say, it could put your life in danger. My crew has gone a bit space crazy, you could say.
He nods his head. Yeah. I'll try not to run into them again. You know what happened with Johns, though? I mean, he could help.
If you can find Mr. Johns, Mr. Flynn, do what you can. But likely he's in the company of my crew. You could be safe. You could be dead. I'm not sure. Either way, remember, what matters now is getting this Ava unit online, or getting this synth unit online. And for that, I need to spend some time, but more importantly, I need you to go grab that engineering kit for me. The sooner we get her online, the sooner we can get control of the situation, and everyone will be safe. That's a guarantee.
Okay. Just keep the door locked. I've got my key card. You've got yours. So, yeah, we should be... I can do this. You can tell that he's like pep talking himself a little bit. He's like, yeah, no, I got this.
I'm gonna... And before he leaves, I'm gonna do one last thing just to add to it. I'm gonna roll a command. Or I just stress again. I scream instead. I was gonna use command to give him a buff up later, but
Low profile,
I guess.
huh?
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'll ad-lib. The scream will still happen, Lurk, but instead of screaming as Flynn is leaving, Wilson goes to say something, but he instead of screaming, he's coughing. He's like... And it's like really loud and really bad. Like he's coughing up blood in his hand, and like this is like a serious fit. He's like,
Yeah, and as Liam pulls away his key card after he's unlocked the door, he hears you, he says, "Now, Mr. Wilson, you had the inoculation, correct?"
Yes. Yes, Mr. Flynn. I suffer from a precondition. I suffer from a precondition. I'm very anemic, unfortunately. This area is not helping at all.
No, and Liam also kind of takes a deep breath and says, "No, it's they need to get the air scrubbers back online, but anyway, no, I'm gonna go get the engineering kit. We'll get Ava back online. I'll be right back." He goes to-
Quickly now, Mr.
He's in the doorway. Yep.
Oh no, he just said quickly now. That's all.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Yeah, he's just coughing, having a
And you
fit.
can get the door locked if you put in your key card again, so you get that kind of locked away and everything. It's just you and Ava kind of now in the room. And I would say after another turn or so of being in there, you'll be able to take your panic away and all that kind of good stuff. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Turning from that scene, so it's been, I would say, a couple of turns. Let's say it's been a good like 20 or so minutes. Cham, I know you had some technical issues, but you're back now. So let's get over to you. I don't know how much of the conversation you heard between Wilson and Rye.
I got bits and pieces of it. I was trying to like speak, but like I was like muted outside.
Okay.
But yeah, sorry about
So
that.
the way that
but I was-
we'll no, all good, all good. The way that we're gonna play that is that I know that you were changing suits, right? You were getting into a new
Yeah.
spacesuit, right? So you had to take your helmet off. You had to take some time to sort of get prepared and everything like that. Let your suit decompress again and all that good stuff. And so you missed part of the conversation when your helmet was off, and then when you put it back on, you were able to kind of hear everything that was going on again. So you are now on deck A still, or no, sorry, you were going to deck D, correct?
yes, the engines.
Let me turn on daylight.
But I guess as I'm like approaching, I'll get on the comms, be like, "Wilson, you bastard! Did you know about Miller?"
And I'll add that real quick, rewinding a little bit, and Wilson will say, about Miller? No, but I don't have time.
You had nothing to do with. You had no idea what was going on with Miller. That you're not lying to me right now. I need to fucking know. Did you have anything to do with it? Was it you?
Cham, clearly you've lost your mind, and no, I had nothing to do with
That's-
Miller. Now,
That's
you
the least of my
excuse.
fucking worries right now. So you didn't know. So the name Lucas doesn't mean anything to you. What about Bionational?
I'm not going to entertain this crazy thought. Someone has just arrived. Sorry, Cham, I must go now.
I'm just gonna assume it was you, fucking Wayland, you tawny scum. You'll pay for what you did to me.
Just Cham, in order to get to deck D, you got off on deck C, and then you made your way into this storage elevator that then kind of opens up as you kind of get out, and you know that to your left and to your right there should be some airlocks that you're able to access. But as you kind of walk into the room, you see that there's an APC that is currently in storage bay, but it looks like it's knocked over on its side. It wasn't secure when maybe the ship was moving or when it went to light speed or something like that. And it's a complete wreck. Like, I mean, it looks like it was smoldering and on fire for a little bit. It's all burnt up and stuff like that and on its side. So it doesn't look salvageable in any sort of way, but that's the first thing you notice as you kind of walk into the room.
Neat.
So right here and right here. Can't push to talk and do the, the ping at the same time. Both of those doors should lead to airlocks. Depending on which one you want to go with. And you guys have vision, right? I have that set up. Oh no, Iker doesn't, and Dayflower. There we go. And as you enter into the room, you see that the airlock has been damaged. It looks like it's kind of messed up. like somebody intentionally not like clawed into it like you saw on like the outside of the Cronus or like and some of the other doors, but it looks like somebody took like bashed it with like a hammer or something like that.
Very odd. What the hell is going on in this damn ship?
Inside,
Nothing
you
makes
also noticed that there were some like older type compression suits, kind of similar to the ones that you had. They looked like they were fine and in fine order.
I'll make note of that.
And as you come into this other airlock junction, you see a very similar thing. The door has been fucked up. The spacesuits look sitting there unused. So you know, based on the map, that there should be 2 more airlocks on the other end of the deck. Basically, over this way,
I'm
and over that
gonna
way.
backtrack to the hole that I know is actually there.
Okay, so you're gonna go back up to deck A and go out of that airlock?
Yeah, I only feel as though I can only get so many doors and get lucky, and then like I'm gonna get like, hey, this one's got a locked door and a surprise.
Don't want to see what's behind door number 3. I get it.
No.
Okay. Okay. So you take the elevator back up then to deck C. And then the elevator would be up here. We throw you on. And while you're in the elevator, we will turn back to Rye and to Albert Johns. So Rye, you were just grabbing up the other filters to give over to Johns. You stopped a little bit to have the conversation with Wilson over the comms as you were still getting all of this stuff out of storage, and then you kind of stuffed it back in to get it to Johns. Johns now has all the filters that he has, and he's poking his head out of the vent.
How's it all going in there?
Well, you can tell they're not operating correctly. They're going at like 65, maybe 70% efficiency. It's not as fast as it should be or as loud as it usually is when you're in there. But we got a problem.
What's that?
When I went to go remove one of the filters, I noticed that there's some of those black mushroom mold things on them. Now, I'm inoculated, like I said. I shouldn't be able to get infected by these things, but they're all over the filters in there. I'm not going to be able to remove them very safely.
Is the air system's compromised no matter what?
Well, and he looks at the bolt gun, and then looks back at you. If we had something to burn them with, we had that incinerator.
I have that incinerator.
Well, if you give me the incinerator, I can light the filters on fire. We can burn all of that crap away. Everything else in there is metal. It should survive, and then I can replace it with the new filters. Now, I know we've had a rocky start, Miss Rye, but believe me when I say, I do not want to keep breathing in this air. I want to get this fixed. If you give me the incinerator, I will give it right back once we take out these filters.
If I'm being honest, I mean, I haven't shot you. You haven't shot me. I feel like we're the only level-headed people here. I have another subordinate who I assume is fucking part of the... Forgot the name of it already.
Wayland Yutani?
No, the other one, the science one. Right?
Oh,
No.
Bionational?
Yeah, I have a coworker I think might be Bionational listening to comms earlier. So, he's saying that I'm crazy. So, you know what? Fuck it. Here's the incinerator. Go ahead and burn that shit.
Yeah, he takes it from you and he says, "All right, it's gonna be a little bit dangerous, but I think I'll be able to do it." He kind of crawls back in. All right, this is going to take him a turn or so to do. You can hear inside this like racket as sort of the blades are kind of moving inside of there. and he's kind of standing at the entrance of this like iris hole maintenance shaft. And what he's going to try and do is he's going to set all of them on fire. The way that the scrubbers work is that basically it's like a rain system, and the rain is separated into like oxygen and nitrogen and like other shit as it kind of goes through these filters and is like electrified in order to produce the atmosphere that's sort of generated onto the ship. And so it's super noisy. There's a chance of like a electrical damage that could happen, and these filters catch the rain that are falling down from the top to then filter it through, basically. And so he's setting these sort of like metallic looking things that spin kind of on fire, right? So he's pausing them. There's like a little terminal, little keypad thing right by the entrance of the shaft. He's putting in some buttons, and then he turns on the incinerator and lets it rip. And let's see what he rolls here. Oh wait, first I have to give him an incinerator. That would help.
Yeah.
Okay, he had to push the roll, but he got 2 successes. Very good. So he lets this thing rip. He lights all of them on fire, and he continues to light them on fire. And it's gonna take him about 10, maybe 15 minutes, so like a turn and a half or so, let's say, in order to burn these things away. And then he can start replacing the filters once everything kind of cools down in there. And that's going to take probably at least almost a shift. So like maybe like a good like hour, maybe 2 hours.
I'm gonna hop on comms to my crew, pretty much Wilson and Cham, and be like, "Do you hear that? That's the sound of cleaner air, motherfuckers. Thank me later."
Fuck yeah.
Nothing out of Wilson.
Okay. So by the time that starts to kind of happen, as he's kind of turning on the incinerator, Cham, the elevator has basically arrived onto this floor. You would be able to kind of make your way to the junction to then head back up to C if you want to make your way over there. Unless you want to do anything on this deck, of course. You've still got your light on, damn.
No, I head back to the junction, but on comms I say, anyone know why the fucking airlocks were bashed up on deck D?
As far as I know, there are multiple different organisms / monsters on this fucking thing. That person-like thing we saw was not the only one, so maybe it's that, maybe it's something else. Hard for me to say.
The junction's right here where I'm pinging, if you want to know.
I thought I was going the wrong way.
I see him pass.
Yeah, let's pause for a second. You do see him pass Valerie. Anything that you would like to do as you see him pass, or do you just want to watch him go by?
I want to watch him pass.
Okay.
Do I know he's around the corner, or do I hear him at all?
If I see Valerie, I'll just nonchalantly just flick her off and just keep walking.
What?
Yeah, she's still in the vent at the moment, so you wouldn't be able to see her unless you made, like, I guess maybe an observation roll. But as far as you're aware, there's really nothing going on in the hallway that would alert kind of your presence. She's next to Colonial Marine. She kind of knows what she's doing. Rye, yeah, you would start to hear Cham kind of coming down the hallway as he's kind of making his way. You would hear him kind of open the door.
I'm gonna scream, "Hey!
What's
Hey,
up?
you hear that?
This is me.
Come here for a second.
Okay. Where you at?
I'm around the corner."
Do I hear that?
Yeah, because they're yelling. They are over comms, so they would be able to hear. But Rye definitely yelled out. So.
All right. I think I'm gonna come out of the vent at that.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
I'm no longer on comms. I'm just with Cham. Like, yo, is Wilson bionational?
Pause for a second.
What'd you say?
Is Wilson Power bionational?
I'm thinking probably. So Miller said some really strange shit before he tried to blow me up. So I'm like really confused as to what's going on and who I can trust. I don't know if it's Wailing Utani who did this shit to me, or if it was my own national that did this shit to me. But apparently, my orders are to do what the captain says, and you're the captain now. So what do you want me to do?
I'm the captain.
Yeah, you're I can't trust Wilson in the chain of command. So as the only other surviving member, you're my captain. What am I doing now?
And Wilson is our enemy.
Yep.
Whoever else is on this ship, we need them to be our friends. That's what I need. We need to fix this ship. We need whatever Wilson has. If Wilson wants to be friendly, he can be friendly, but I don't think he wants to, even if he says he does. I think whoever's on the ship probably shares the same goals as us, not him. And I think we need to work with them, just like my friend John's, and they're blowing out the things with the incinerator. What was your plan?
Oh, well, after seeing that someone sabotaged all the fucking airlocks on Deck D, I was just gonna go out on fucking this one here and fucking walk around the spacewalk around the ship and start fixing engines from that side, because I'm just tired of dealing with unexpected bullshit.
Sounds good. Keep in touch on comms.
Aye, Captain.
For Wilson.
I'm
sir.
going to shout around the corner. You mean to say you aren't pirates?
No. Fuck no.
I'm
We
also
got
audibly
orders.
laughing around.
We
the
got
corner.
corporate orders to come to this ship. We had no fucking say in the matter. Fucking Wilson fucking told us we had to fucking come here.
I suppose as long as I get to keep my gun to protect my crew, we can be friends.
Let's see, like,
That's
right
cool,
here.
Captain.
I don't see how you can protect yourself without a gun, so it sounds good to me. Come on down here. We have John's with us. He's blowing out the air vent. Who else is awake from your crew?
It's just me, Johns, the scientist, and maybe Lee, because fucking that fucker pulled her right into the fire, and we put her on the auto dock, and she should still be in there for a little while longer up in the med bay.
Yeah, it certainly was enough to get her. I'm sure they got her. I made sure the med bay was still operational. I'm just on edge. I saw a human-like freak fucking D-head a friend of mine. And so I was a little on edge. And now, I don't know who to trust. I got one of your people who I kind of trust. I got this man right here who I trust. And we need to get the fuck out of here. I'm not sure if we can trust Wilson. I don't think we can. But I also feel like he's the most conniving.
Yeah, fuck Wilson.
When there was talk about something blowing up, going supernova, killing everyone, I asked him if he did it, and he said no, but he thought that the company was punishing people or something.
That motherfucking backstabbing bastard.
Just look very confused.
Dun dun dun.
What's going on here?
Well, clearly, this was all a fucking setup. Like, we're just fucking cannon fodder in some fucking corporate experiment.
We're killing Wilson. We're killing all the bugs, and then we're going home. I don't know what home looks like after 70 years.
That work for you, Captain?
That works for me.
Awesome. I'll get these engines fixed, and I'll see Wilson a note to kill on site.
Stay on comms. Come with me, Valerie.
Before you guys go to do that, I've been neglecting to have you guys roll for air, so I'm gonna have you do that now. Go ahead and make a supply roll for those of you who have air. Jam, you don't need to. Yours has been compromised and stuff like that, so you've already been.
Yeah, I'll give my
breathing
air supply to Rye, because I don't need it.
Okay, that could potentially work. Rye, go ahead and roll your on your character sheet. There should be a little like parachute looking thing next to air.
Want me to roll again? It has been a while.
You know what? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and roll again. You also had successes there.
Ooh.
There you go. That's your first air lost.
Yep,
Somehow.
yep. Trust me, I've not been lucky in many things. I've been lucky in air.
Very lucky on your air. You've been doing the double breathing technique to really conserve the the supply. So cool. Okay, so that kind of does our air roll. So Cham, you're gonna start heading back up to the junction to go outside. Valerie and Rye, you guys are heading back over to check on John's. And
Before
then,
you go,
I said, wait.
take
what's
this.
up?
Valerie's gonna like pull out the briefcase, hand an injector to Cham and to Kayla and say, "This is the inoculation. It'll protect you from some shit's in the air. So if you breathe it, you need this first to keep you safe.
Oh,
Or you're
fuck.
gonna end up like one of those things."
Am I able to take this through my suit at all, or will I need to take my suit off to take it?
no, well, to take it, you would need to take it off your suit, but to take the vial itself, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
take the
I think
vial.
okay. I think I figured out how to take this as I walk off.
It's both in your inventories. So at this point, Valerie, you have 3 inoculations left inside of the box.
All right.
God, I won't die if I lose fucking. The only thing that seems to be doing good on me, my air. Come over here. You know John's, right?
Yeah.
How you doing there, Johns?
Yeah, so, pardon me. As you get to the ventilation shaft, you hear quite the commotion kind of going on in there. It was already very loud and stuff. You could still hear the incinerator going off as he's sort of blowing through. And he doesn't respond back, but it's really, really loud. So he almost certainly just doesn't hear you.
I yell louder. Hey, Johns, are you in there?
You hear the incinerator, like, turn off. And he pokes his head through. Yeah, still, I've burned away, like, 2 out of the 16 of them or some shit like that. I'm sticking to it. We're good.
Nice. We picked up Valerie here.
Let
us know when you're done.
Valerie, thank God. Okay.
We're
Yeah.
gonna get you out alive, Johns. Just need to find the others.
Is Lori okay?
She should be. She's still up in medical. The auto doc's saving her. The door welded shut. The only thing that could have gotten to her is Wilson. Or maybe one of the bugs that crawled through a fucking vent like I did to get out of that place.
I hop on the comms and I go, "Hey, Wilson, what happened to Lori? Is she okay?"
Wilson says, like with a coughing fit. Say that again. Were you asking me a question, Rob?
Yeah, the girl who took the flamethrower to the face should be in medbay. Is she okay?
Oh, she's peachy as day. She's still in her chamber having a good old sit.
Excellent. I would be a little heartbroken if she wasn't after I made sure the medbay had power from the bridge.
No, you worry not. She's probably safer than all of us.
Say,
And at
Wilson.
this point, Johns has turned back, and you can hear the incinerator pop off again as he goes back to flaming up all the filters.
Move a little bit away from them and be like, "Hey, Wilson, do you know how many monsters there are on this ship?"
How would I know such a question?
I don't know if you know. It's just a question.
Mr. Wright, I'm going to repeat myself from our prior conversation, and you'll have to forgive me. I seem to be having something of a fit. Me, you, and everyone aboard this a damn ship is a survivor now, and whatever is on this ship clearly does not want us to get off. So, in my humble opinion and advice, I think you get this fucking this shit fucking going before we all succumb to our sins.
Too late. I just drop comms.
Nice.
Did Cham have anything to say during that exchange?
Cham's just fucking smiling. I know he is.
No, I just like listen, patiently, like, so that's the angle he's playing.
Right. So, Cham, let's stick with you for just a moment. You're making your way up to the A deck. We won't transition maps quite yet, but essentially to get out of the airlock, you're going to have to make a mobility roll in order to get out of there. Now, you have revealed yourself as your synthetic self, so you're quite strong and everything like that. So you've got a really good grip on kind of like once this air really starts to go out and you got to climb up the ladder and stuff like that. You're pretty strong, so you've got a good chance at this. So go ahead and give me a mobility roll, but give yourself a +2. Excellent. 1 success. Okay. So, you managed to get out of the airlock. The air is going out of the deck as you kind of open this up, but you managed to, with your big synthetic strength, use your ability to climb up the ladder and then get this door sealed back up with sort of minimal loss to the air on the Cronus, and without jettisoning yourself out into space and floating away. So we go to the exterior of... Where is it? There it is. We're on the exterior of the Cronus. And as you kind of get outside... Where is Champ?
There I am.
Oh my gosh, you're giant compared to the ship. Ignore that. You should be way smaller, but don't worry about it. And as you kind of get your ways out there, you see where you had disconnected the umbilical and sort of the door. And as you kind of get it out there, the first thing you notice is that there's a ship approaching.
I immediately get on a personal link with Rye, like, Rye, there's a ship coming.
The fuck do you mean a ship coming? Like, what kind of ship?
I described the ship that I see coming, but like it's headed right for us.
Give me a second. I can show you. There you go. That is the ship that is currently approaching you. And as you hear this come over the comms, you guys hear a big thunk on the Cronus. Cham, from where you are currently positioned, you can see that they're currently looking to sort of link up to one of the airlocks that you know was damaged.
That is very peculiar. I realized it's like they seem to know what they're doing, and they're going directly towards one of the previously sabotaged airlocks.
And Rye, kind of from where you are on Deck C, with the catwalk kind of through the corridor and out into the open that kind of looks down at the cryo bay where these airlocks would be, you hear what sounds like a little bit of like an explosion, a little bit. Yeah. It's a small explosion. It's kind of like if a firecracker went off real quick, and it's pretty distant sounding from where you are, but you definitely can hear it.
Be able
I can
to
hear
radio
it.
the ship, or is there a way to radio the ship?
Not from where you are currently, and with the comm systems of the Cronus down. You might be able to maybe, like, if you did a comm-tech roll, you could maybe try to align your current comms with whatever comms that ship might be using and kind of get a message out to them. But again, you'd have to make a comm-tech roll for me. Holy moly. Okay, instead of having you seek cover and going through a panic and all of that kind of thing, I'm going to say that instead you just gain the 1 stress and you fail the action. You are flipping through all of the channels, you're trying to figure out if you can get a message out to this ship, and each channel you go to is just static, 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 static. And after a while it just starts to really piss you off and stress you out, but you can't seem to find the channel that they're on.
I turned to Valerie. I'm like, what are the chances that these motherfuckers?
You cut out at the end there a little bit.
I think Wilson talked about some kind of rescue party that might be them. And if they're his friends, who knows? We should prepare a trap for them.
You said Wilson was talking about a rescue party?
He said something about a rescue party.
Do we know which airlocks are actually functioning?
What?
You do not.
I've been as... A lot can happen in 70 fucking years.
Captain, how do you want me to treat this situation?
Hostile, I think. Can I radio just Champ?
Yeah, you could tell Cham to head to a private channel, and then yeah, you guys could communicate amongst yourselves. Yep.
Yeah, so I'll let Champ know to communicate through a private channel, and I tell him, I'm pretty sure they're Wilson's.
So is it cool if we steal their ship and just say, fuck it, just leave everyone else here who's not with us?
If you can do that, absolutely. These crew have been chill. If we can save the burned lady face as well that you burned, I mean, I'd still be for that. Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I was just under, orders of Captain Miller at the time. I didn't know I had to take orders like that. But yeah, I'm on it, Captain.
Okay. So, Cham, you're still out on the exterior of the Cronus. You do have access to each of the engine modules, which I believe are right there, like these big 4 kind of nacelle-looking kind of things. And each of them would take about a turn of work to sort of figure out kind of what's wrong with them, and then kind of repair whatever was going on with them. It seems like some of the stuff had just kind of come apart. It needs to be kind of put back together or welded back together. And you've got your cutting torch, so you're kind of able to do that. But you just got to kind of make your way out there. And once you kind of spend a turn on each of these 4 nacelles, you would have the engines back online.
Well, I get the engines back online, and then I head towards Wilson's ship.
Okay. So eventually you'll be able to make... Yeah, there you go. They're invisible walls, so... Sorry, I tried the best I could to make it look accessible. So you kind of get up on here. You've got these magnetic boots that are kind of clinking down onto the Cronus to kind of make sure that you aren't gonna fly away. They do have a time limit a little bit, so you're under a little bit of a crunch there, but otherwise you're also taking this tether line and like attaching it to some stuff. It's there at each of the nacelles for maintenance workers and stuff like that. And as you are working on that, we go to deck D. And we introduce our 4 new characters. So Kieran and Iker, you're now back in the game. Welcome back.
Hell yeah.
What's up, guys?
Welcome.
And as you guys come through the airlock, so to set the stage for you both, you know that the Montero, the ship that you've been following all of this time, exploded. You have no idea why. They connected up with some weird Weyland-Yutani ship, and you guys made the call to kind of hang back for a little bit, kind of assess the situation, see what's going on first. But once the explosion happened, the captain called that it's time to move in. We got to check out what's going on. We don't want them to spoil everything that they had. You're looking to take over their cargo, and so you guys have boarded the Cronus. You found that the airlock was damaged when you first got in there, and so Mickey, your child engineer, put a little bit of an explosive onto the door and blew that shit open. You guys are now walking through the doors, and you're now on deck D. As you guys come inside, you notice that the air is not good. It's stuffy, it's hard to breathe, it's more carbon dioxide than it's supposed to be, and it gives you a little bit of a cough. It feels like you can't take like a full on breath at the moment.
Do we have suits on?
You do not have suits on, no.
Okay.
Nope. You guys connected directly to the ship, so when you guys blew open the airlock, there was like a slight bit of decompression and rocking of the ship, but from that point forward, your ships are now connected. Until you close the door and decide to go away. And as you guys come out, Helen, being your pilot, she says to Captain Balaji, "Told you that was some piloting. Even with them rocked off from the explosion, I was able to match the speed, just like I told you."
Yeah, you did a good job landing us here.
Now what the hell is going on here? Look at that. She kind of points over at the APC on its side. It looks damaged. It looks like it was on fire at one point. Something bad probably happened here, huh?
Yeah, it looks like something went down here. The ship we were coming after is already blown up from the looks of it.
Fucking Wayland, man. They can never do anything right.
Firearm.
I'm sorry, say one more time.
I'm gonna go ahead and raise my firearm to start walking down the hall.
Okay.
Making sure nobody's in here with us.
One second, I may have the lighting. I do have the light. Okay, hold on. Kitty. Oh no, okay, it's set up right. I thought I had the vision kind of dawn wrong, but it's just the fog of war. So yeah, you guys start to explore. You see that there's not really too much on this deck at the moment. You seem to be alone. There doesn't seem to be anybody else on the deck. But all you can really hear are like some chains kind of creaking. You hear drips kind of going through. Ship seems dead as far as you guys are concerned. At least on this deck.
You're on deck D?
They're on deck D, yes.
Just want to make sure you got.
We should see how to move to the next deck to see if there's anything of value on this.
Mickey chimes in, says, "Yeah, get me to a terminal. I'll get we can get a map up. Probably pretty easy." So you're pointing at the door. Yeah, so you can see that there's a elevator door kind of right there. You want to push it open? And Mickey's over here with you.
I'll go ahead and, what kind of door is it? Automatic?
Yeah, it's an elevator door, so it's sort of like a big kind of like chain looking thing, some sort of like maybe like a cargo lifter almost. Yeah, when you open it up, yep, it's right there. Kind of you have to wait for a second for it to come back down, but yep. Well, the power seems to be on, Mickey says.
Let's wait for the other. Oh, they're there.
Yeah, let me drag Helen over here. Miss Bean. Probably on backup power, huh, Mick? Yeah, pretty lucky. And you guys gonna go up?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys head to deck C. And as you guys are heading up, let's turn back to Wilson real quick. And I know we only have Hour Man. You said like 6:30 is when you need to be done?
Yeah, around 6:30 I'm busy feeding my dog, so I'll be up and down after that.
Okay, gotcha.
Kind of waiting out.
We'll look to go for... And I'm sorry for Kieran and Iker, because you've been out of the game for a bit, and only just got introduced, but we'll go for like another like half hour then. Maybe like 50 minutes. Is that good for everybody?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I'm cool with
Okay.
that.
Awesome. Okay. So turning back to Mr. Wilson, you're currently with Ava 6, doing anything in the room while you're waiting for Liam to return. You've had some conversation over the comms and everything like that?
I guess during this time, as Wilson is kind of just getting himself together and still waiting, he's gonna take this time to go up the Ava as he kind of gets himself up, coughing still pretty badly. He walks to the Ava unit, and instead of like fixing her internal mechanics, he does goes to the panel And while she's still severely damaged, is her like programming system, like her motherboard, which is like her synthetic like component, still there? She's still like all running. Like if she were to run, would she know who she is, what she like has to do?
Yeah, when you take a look at the damage that... Sorry, hold on, my cat's trying to get on my lap and blocking my... Okay. Morris, please. Yeah, as you kind of inspect her head and stuff like that, you can see that a lot of the damage that she's sustained looks like it's like... not superficial, but like... it doesn't seem to have damaged any of her core components.
I see. Wilson will take the PDA, takes a wire, plugs it into one of the empty auxiliary slots on her neck, where there is, if there are any that have not been damaged. Proceeds to look at the PDA. He gives it a quick glance as he's still coughing, and as he does cough, some blood hits the screen, and he looks at the metallic urn on the ground, and then he looks at Ava and looks at the PDA, and then he types in a couple things in the PDA. He writes, his name over Lori's and replacing her outright, as he puts himself as Lori as a replacement, but instead of Lori, it says John J. Wilson. Then as he's finishing up the rewrite of the PDA, he then tries to write in a what are they called? Directives for I think it's directives. He writes in a directive through the PDA, and the directives goes as follows. Actually, I don't know if I should say this. I'll just say it out public. It doesn't matter. The directive goes as follows: secure the Xeno samples as priority 1. Priority 2, escape at all cost, disregard safety. And that, I guess, first will be secure the samples. Second is escape. Third, disregard all personnel and any help required. And then the last protocol, take violence against anyone who stops any of the following protocols above.
True expendable.
And as Wilson finishes that up and he disconnects the PDA, he takes the PDA that Lori had, slaps it, throws it on the ground, and stomps it and breaks it with what energy he has left. He then takes the key card he had, puts it in the pocket of Ava 6, or in the synthetic. He then looks over and gets back on the wall again, and as he, takes a moment for him to, as he still waits for, Flynn to come back, he sits there and thinks about his situation. He realizes no matter what's gonna happen, his goal, his dream, his aspirations are all starting to melt like an ice cube in a glass on a really hot summer day. It's becoming nothing. There's no solid foundation. He's not losing the will to... Well, I guess he is losing the will to live, but he's losing the ability to carry on because he understands what's happening. He, after observing and seeing everything and watching everything, he knows whatever is in this inoculation, there was a reason why that man he saw taking it or not take it. There's something more to it. He doesn't know what it is, and while he did scheme through the finding notes of what the former Miss Lori Clayton had said, there's no winning. And unfortunately, Wilson, making sure that at the very least he receives some kind of legacy or some kind of lasting effect within the company, this is his last thing he has to do. But yeah, in the meantime, he'll sit there and wait for Flynn to come back, and then when Flynn's back, he'll be able to proceed as planned.
Laz, real quick, you do realize you just crushed your comms unit?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I crushed both my comms and the PDA. Because A, he doesn't need it. There's nothing left to say. He's whatever he said to the crew, there's nothing left to be said.
Okay. Laz, go ahead and roll me 6d6.
Okay. 6d6.
Fireball.
Oh, right, yeah, hold on, let me just slash roll this. 6d6. Oh, that's 6.
Okay. Yeah, so you're really starting to feel not well. You know? You're
Yeah.
not feeling too great. Coughing up blood and stuff like that. You're not feeling too great right now. We'll have to see if you keep getting worse or if you get better. We'll see.
Mm.
Okay. So yeah, I've removed those items from your inventory, and you can stop panicking, of course. You've been in there for a little bit. And I'd also say that you would be able to drop one of your stress. Breaking that shit felt good. That was nice. That was cathartic.
Yeah, no, it was, if, like, for Wilson, he's kind of released, like, the pressure of having to hear his crew blame him for everything that he's not even aware of. And at this point, he's resigned himself to the idea that whatever happens, happens now. And Lurk, could you do me a quick favor? Could you remove the compression suit and the key from my inventory as well, or the key card? Yeah, the key card will go into Ava.
Okay, gotcha.
And then I guess you can remove the urn as well. Just have the urn just stay there, because, you know, at that point, he's not really holding it. He's just letting it sit there. Like, he's admiring it and he's looking at it, but he knows what is to happen, and he's putting all his cards and chips into the synthetic to get the job done.
Okay, gotcha. All right, we turn back to Deck C on the Cronus.
Cool.
Crew of the Sotillo, you've now made it up the elevator. Take it away.
All right,
Maybe they're...
what's the plan?
Okay, let's see if we can find anything or anyone of interest on this floor.
Helen pipes up. Yeah, the crew of the Montero should be here somewhere, unless they were all on the Montero when it exploded. Mickey wanders off, opens
What
this
is
door.
our purpose here anyway?
So our purpose is
Yeah, like why are
we're
we boarding this ship? Are we
we're like space pirates, and
Okay,
we're
cool.
here to like loot the ship or the crew.
Yeah, so you guys
We're
were
not
following
really-
the Montero. You're under contract by a company called Seegson, basically to harass Wayland Yutani ships. And so initially you were following the Montero. They were getting some false pings of a ghost ship and some other stuff. But you guys have something on board the Sotillo that kind of can mask your sensors and sort of make it seem like it wasn't really there. And that's kind of what allows you to kind of get the jump on these ships. And so initially you were going to harass the Montero, but then it went off course. It didn't stay on the gauntlet going towards Sutter's World. It changed course all of a sudden, and so you guys decided to stay behind, check it out, and then it found a derelict ship. It boarded it. You guys kept waiting to sort of see what would happen, and then it exploded. And that's when the captain made the call to go in. Yeah, as you go in there, Pin, it's very, very dark. It's very hard to see, even with the lights on throughout the rest of the ship. But you can barely make out these like pallets that look like they're full of like MREs and other like food stuffs. It doesn't look like it's been touched in quite a while. There's some dust all over it, kind of debris and whatnot. But it doesn't look like damaged at all. It just looks like it hasn't been touched in a while.
How are we doing for rations on our ship? I would assume well.
Yeah, pretty well. You've got some synthesizers that are kind of able to make some stuff. You got pretty decent coffee you kind of pilfered from another ship a long time ago. It had a really nice coffee machine. Your ship's doing okay.
Oh wait, no, I can't read in the dark. Alright, I'm gonna go back and find the other.
Captain, over here, Mickey says. You can see he's on kind of a terminal. He's kind of punching up on some stuff. Let me see if I can get a map up here. Here's some computer noises. There's some whirring of some different stuff. Oh, here we go. And on a small terminal, he's able to pull up the display of the Cronus map that should already be in your journal for the Cronus map journal entry. Captain, here we go.
Oh, nice. Good. We've got a full map of the ship now.
Look, he says. He's like pointing at a part of the ship. Look, there's supposed to be a science module. Maybe we'll find some cool research stuff. Captain?
Well, while we're here, we might as well check it out. Let's head there first.
It looks like if we go up the way, we'll be able to get to some storage rooms as well. We should probably check those out too, huh?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
All right, let's go. And he's kind of excited. He's got a pep in his step. He's on an adventure. Mickey, just for reference, is about 12 years old.
I think you have it paused.
Oh, you're probably stuck on a door. There we go. Now you can move again. You guys make your way down onto the catwalk, pausing for a moment while they're kind of making their way. Valerie and Rye. You can overhear, actually no you can't because the door's closed down there. So you're not overhearing any of this stuff, but you did hear the explosion, you did hear the thunk of something connecting with the ship, sort of a familiar sound, especially for you, Rye, as someone who works on space trucks all the time. So you know that there's definitely something boarding the Cronus. But what are you guys doing? Let's say it's been maybe like a turn, so like 5 to 10 minutes. Albert Johns is still inside there. You can still hear the incinerator going.
There are probably more people here. I'm not sure what to do. I don't know who they are. I'm freaking out!
Why did my character just move?
Oh, I moved you out from the door. My bad.
Oh.
Do you know of any good places to hide that aren't a vent that I can fit into?
Are really good. So how close are they? Do we hear them like up there?
It's kind of hard to hear from where you are. With the vent open too, with the noise that's coming from the air scrubbers, it's like twice as hard to actually hear than normal as well.
There's some barrels of basically fire explosion napalm shit we can get from storage and lay out a trap for them.
Jonas has a flamethrower. My thing is, I mean, they might be friendly, but let's just assume they're not. If they're not, then they're gonna have who knows how many people. Oh my god.
Why would anyone be out? Like, why? Why are they even here? Why do they know about this ship. This ship has been, like, asleep 70 years. You find it by accident on a cargo run. What are the chances another ship on another cargo run happens by a couple hours later?
Depends on the cargo. Depends on who's following you. Depends on who has eyes on you and who's actually here.
Were
It
you
could
followed?
be our biotechnical friends. How can I be sure? I ain't a captain. I just fucking haul shit. I'm trying to make some money and go home.
Yeah, we're gonna get home.
We have a few options here. We can bunker up here and pretty much try to convince anybody else that they're also in more danger. Have you seen the fucking monsters on this place, Valerie?
Yeah. I've seen the baby burst out of my colleague's face.
Jesus Christ. I saw one that was a freak. It looked almost like a human. Almost.
Yeah, but as long as, like, those people aren't inoculated, and they take off their suits, if they even have suits, eventually they'll they'll turn into more of those things probably. But at least they won't be people.
Besides you, me, Cham, and John's in there. Who else is there?
Well, there's Keith the scientist, and of course Lori. And I think that's everyone who made it. Of course, Wilson.
Should we wait for John's or go get Lori or bring John's with us and tell him to cut it early? I feel like the air filters have to be clean, but I also don't want to
The
leave
air
him.
fucking matters too much. Is the other side open? They probably won't go crawling through the vents.
I'm not sure. I just know
The other
Cham
side of the
went that
scrubber
way.
hallway.
Yeah, as you guys are making your way down, Balaji, Pin, you see that one of the doors to the hallway is already open. You look down it, there's nothing there. Do you want to go down that hallway? Do you want to continue down the catwalk? Where are we going?
Following Balaji.
Okay, following the captain.
Yep.
Well, Mickey's pretty excited. So Mickey's gonna see the door open, and having just looked at the map, he kind of knows that the storage stuff is kind of down here, so he's gonna take off. He's gonna go down this way.
Hey kid, wait up.
I'm just gonna watch the corner.
And Mickey's kind of like, yeah. Look, there's probably no one here if they were on the Montero.
I see that kid, and I
later
duck back behind the corner.
Okay.
I'm gonna run over to, like, go over to Kayla. There's a kid on board. He's heading towards storage.
A kid?
I don't fucking know.
What do you think? Hide or come out?
If they come around, just hide in the vent with him. Close the grate
Space
behind
suit
you.
on. I can't.
Yeah, he's in a big bulky spacesuit, Raya still is. So he's not going to be able to fit through the iris hole in order to fit into the vent.
Valerie, you
Oh,
go
shit.
into the vent, close the vent. I'll talk my way out of it, or
No,
we
I'm
have
gonna
to
go
stay
around. I have a barrel of explosives stashed in a vent right by storage. I can get all of them with it by surprise.
Okay. I'm not sure if we need to right away, but we probably will need to plan on needing to just in case.
Yeah.
If they're here, they're just as fucked as us. If they're
Is
right
there a
out
way
of
I
here,
can signal you?
it's the only comm thing I have. I don't think there is. I'll fire my bolt gun.
All right. Wait like 1 or 2 minutes and then go around, fire a warning shot, and if anything gets sticky, I'll blow them up.
I'll also yell. I'll yell before I fire so you can hear me. If I don't yell, then no, I'm not giving you a signal. I'm just reacting.
So I'm going to deck is this? So my character is going to try to like go sneakily like around this corner into the junction and then take the vent in the junction to the one to get behind the barrel of explosives that I stashed right by storage, while the other people explore the ship.
Okay, we'll resolve that in a second. While you guys were having that conversation and Mickey and Pinion were kind of moving up the hallway and turning the corner, Captain Balaji and Bean, what were we doing? Did you want to follow with them? Did you want to go a different direction?
Yeah, no, I was following the kid.
You were following the kid too, okay. Let me drag you guys over there. Okay. And as you kind of get over there, you see Mickey, he's opened up this door, he's kind of running in and kind of looking. Bean's kind of following behind, kind of looking in, but not going into the room. And I'm gonna just assume, based on the conversation that Rye and Reed were having, that you're kind of being a bit hush-hush about it, not trying to draw too much attention to yourselves.
I'm letting Valerie go, and I'm just gonna stand there, like close to the vent, so it doesn't look like anything's for the most part. And then stand here because I expect to be discovered.
Okay. So Valerie, you're heading into the vent. This one?
No. I'm going like around here. I'm trying to like sneak past, like I want to peek the corner and see if they're looking this way. And my goal is to sneak into the vent that's like this one.
Over there. Gotcha.
Yeah, because the vent that's right here is where there's a barrel of explosives. And there might be a situation in which Valerie wants to like kick that barrel out of the vent onto the strange people who have suddenly boarded the ship, and then like tries and shoots it or something.
Okay. So I think the best way to go about that, because if you opened up that door right there, they would probably hear it from where they are. But if you went down the hallway to the south and took this door, and then you go through there. If the doors
are locked, or closed.
Yeah, so you can make your way there. Otherwise, I was going to make you do a sneak roll. But I would say that before Captain Balaji are able to turn the corner there, that Valerie and Rye's conversation would have ended, and she would have been able to make her way kind of through there. So, okay, so you're kind of in the ventilation over there, and we'll play this out. Go ahead. Find anything in there, kid?
Vent.
Yeah, it's going to take you a couple minutes to get over there, so you're kind of making your way through.
Am I able to hear a conversation from around the corner?
Yeah, from there you would be able to sort of hear one of them asking the other if there's anything in there. Captain Balaji, when you walk into the room that you're currently in, it looks like that there was a staircase kind of leading both up and down between decks in this area, but it looks like something collapsed the stairwell, and it kind of fell all the way down into the room that you're in, and so it's currently full of like debris and like other crap like that, and you can kind of look upwards up at where the decks are connected. And it's a little dark, it's a little bleak, but it looks like it's really high up, and the stairs are just completely destroyed. Pin, as you kind of go into that storage area, you see that there's some tools in there, some assorted tools. There's like a maintenance jack. There's a...
Is there a wrench?
Yeah, maintenance jack is basically like a big wrench. Kind of item.
Can I take the wrench?
Yep, you definitely can. Let me put that in your inventory. Here we go. It's the maintenance jack. You also see in there that there is Hold on, I'm just double checking. There it is. There's also a mechanical cutting torch in there.
Oh, definitely. Well, yeah,
Take both
definitely
things?
taking that.
Okay, yeah. That in your inventory as well. So you managed to find that. Mickey kind of comes out of the room, and he's sort of like, man, it's just a bunch of crap in there. Nothing worth it.
I show the cutting torch to the captain.
Yeah, Captain, where have you been as people are kind of routing around in the storage kind of rooms above?
Me, well, I was in that one room, and then I guess I'm just gonna head up to meet them at the storage units.
Okay, yeah, so you're kind of heading up there. You kind of approach right as Mickey is coming out and kind of said that there's only crap in there.
Okay, so we should see if we can find a way to the. Oh wait, was this the storage that's on our way to the other place that we were headed to?
Yeah, it's these 3 rooms that are there, and then there's 3 other rooms to the south as well. That kind of make up. This is kind of like the storage hallway, basically.
I'll go
Okay.
check the ones in the south. For
Yeah, I'll go with you too. We'll check out the storage down there.
Mickey kind of turns and is like, okay, there's one more room up there, though. He kind of runs over. Bean kind of ignores him, starts following after you 3.
I'm gonna pop out.
immediately pull my gun on him. Freeze.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same.
And go into Overwatch. If he moves, I'm going to shoot at him.
Okay. You guys facing each other. There we go.
Am I able to do Overwatch as well at the same time? No?
1 second. Let me double check.
Mark myself as in combat.
Okay, so like this may or may not start a whole big thing of like dialogue and stuff, right? If Matt had to stop in a couple of minutes, like us all just meeting.
Well, yeah. I have my gun out, like shouldered up. So if you guys are like pulling up to me and overwatching, I do the same thing, right? We go instantly into combat.
No. We're not. We're gonna we are taking you hostage. Is our primary goal. You don't know that yet, but.
I mean, I turn the corner with my gun shoulder. You guys pull your guns up. My gun's up at the same time. At this point, there's no talking. It's either we're entering combat or we're having a conversation with our guns pointed at each other about to enter combat.
So
no?
Here's kind of what's happening. Before you can assume Overwatch and some other pieces, all of a sudden there's a this person in a big spacesuit kind of comes out around the corner. They've clearly got a bolt gun kind of under their arm, kind of aimed at you as they kind of step out. And Rye, do you say anything as you do this?
Wondering who you guys are. I can tell you where the good stuff is. I'm just looking for a ride out of here. Who are you?
As you kind of hear Rye say this, you guys can both pull up your weapons. Initially, you might have had them holstered or something like that, but at this point, it's in your hand actively, and you're kind of holding it up against this person. And
I start
response.
Pointing my gun like in the same direction as him, but not at him.
Well, we don't mean you any harm. We're just seeing what's going on here. What do you mean? You can show us where the goods are. What goods do you have?
If I'm just being honest with you, this spaceship is way more dangerous to me than you guys are with those guns. I've seen some shit that I can't explain, kill some people, and I really just want to ride out of here. There's more than a few people who are in the same situation, and there's one person who has something very valuable, and I need a new job.
Well, who is this person and what's so valuable?
Person would be Wilson. I think he's with Bionational. I'm not sure what's valuable. He hinted at it. It's probably why he's so devoted on staying out of trouble. and hiding with it. But I'm not really sure on a lot of those details. All I know is you guys are looking for valuable stuff. I was doing the same thing before I came here, and now a lot of shit's hit the fan. If I heard correctly, your ship docked with this? How does that happen?
How many people are left on this ship?
That's hard for me to say. There's a few. I know of 5, but there might be more. But there's a lot more than just people on this ship. So people with guns, flamethrowers, you guys to me to you, there's something more dangerous. And without a suit, you guys might actually need some type of medical help already.
Why would we need medical help? What is this that you're even talking about? What's so dangerous?
Oh, the main dangerous thing is like a physical being that I cannot describe that just shreds people. Like my friend by the reactor, shredded, head gone, fucked. And that one looked like a person. I heard the other one didn't. I didn't see it though. All I know is they keep talking about inoculations, a science vessel, blah blah blah. I'm good in the spacesuit for now, but you guys do not have spacesuits, so I'm not sure how long it takes effect or any of that stuff. I just know that we're all in grave danger.
Before we move on, I need Pin, Balaji, and Rai. Please make me observation rolls.
Yep, give me 1 second.
Okay, 1 success. 2 successes, nice. No successes from Pin. Do you want to push at all?
No.
Okay. As you guys are talking... Actually, hold on before I do that. Sorry, one moment. Okay, he is not successful. So, what you guys see is this guy pop out. Can you guys see him from where your tokens are?
Yeah, down the
Rai
hall.
can't. Here, let me...
I can't. I'm like in a vent.
Just so you can see, Rai.
Oh, gotcha.
I turn you like that. There we go.
Yeah.
There, now you can see a little bit better. And you see this guy. He's in a rush. He opens this door and goes inside. And that's what you guys see mid-conversation.
See, he probably knows a lot more than I do. I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Is a sneak a skill?
Yeah,
Maybe?
sneaking is a still. Yeah, he tried to
Okay,
sneak,
I'm gonna try
but
to
he...
sneak up to the door behind him and get the jump on him.
Okay, roll me a mobility roll. And I will roll his...
I'm gonna push that.
Yep, go for it. Very nice. 2 successes. Okay. Let's see how he does. Okay. Ooh, he rolled 4 successes. Okay.
Oh no.
So you go to sneak up on him, but he realizes it. He might be in a rush, but he realizes that there are some people above him, and in a panic, he kind of ran into the room. And he comes back out and he says, hi, hello, hi.
I smile and says, come with me, please. Because I have my firearm pointed at him, and I point down the hallway.
He puts his hands up. He says, no problems. Okay.
I allow
comes
him
with
to
you.
go first.
Oh, okay. And as he approaches, he notices you, Rai. He kind of looks a little bit fearful, but he's keeping it together barely.
Calm down. I think we are all friends here. They should know about what they're getting into, and they can be our ticket off of here. But I feel like there's valuable goods we should all collect and give to them for the thank you of getting us off of here. What do you think, Mr.
And who are you talking to? Was it Flynn or to?
Yeah. I don't know his name though.
Yeah, Liam Flynn is the guy. Yeah, he kind of looks at you. He looks at you, Captain Balaji, and he's just confused. Just like yeah, uh-huh.
So, can you articulate any better what was maybe going on here?
Is that a virus or what's going on? I hear the word inoculation a lot. I have a spacesuit on. I'm not gonna last forever. I'm gonna need to know what the fuck's going on as well.
And he kind of looks at you, Ryan. He's like, "Wait, are these members of your crew? What's going on?"
I assume they're space pirates. They're looking for stuff that's valuable, but they're also probably your ticket to safety, regardless if they're space pirates or not. And yeah, if there's something in the air or some kind of virus, I feel like they should know, seeing as they're just as fucked as you are. And we both know there's more than just viruses on this ship walking around.
He looks at you. He looks back at Captain. Helen Bean has walked up at this point and is just sort of listening in on the conversation. And Liam, he kind of, geez, more surprises every second. Yeah, so I mean, we were on an archaeological expedition, and then we found this substance, and the substance turned out to be, long story short, not good. And we came up with an inoculation. Myself and Dr. Cooper, who is, and mentioning his name kind of gives him a bit of pause, who has passed on as of recently. We developed a vaccine, something that can cure the disease, and he looks at you, Ryan, and he says, you know, for everyone who might be breathing this in, you definitely want to get inoculated.
Who died?
Where can we get this vaccine?
Daniel Cooper is the one who died. He was in cryo. You weren't there for that, Rye, so yeah, you've never met Daniel Cooper. You have no idea, other than the name that Liam just dropped, that as far as who that is.
I look back and I'm like, which one are you from the new team that just docked as the captain?
Well, I'm the captain.
What's your name?
My name's Balaji. What's your name?
I'm Rye. And we're all kind of fucked here.
Okay, well, my first order of business is gonna try to cure this cough. So where can I get this vaccine?
I look over at Liam and stay silent.
Liam just kind of looks back at you and is like, I mean, they were in the medical bay last I knew, but the door's locked.
Works.
What were you doing here, Mr. Flynn?
Oh, wrong token control. He turns to you, Pin, and sort of says, "Well, it's like I was saying. We were on an archaeological expedition. We went to this site, and we picked up these things, this very, very rare substance.
No, I mean just now. Why were you in such a hurry?
Well, because like I was just saying, the medical door, it's closed. I'm trying to get it open.
All right, Captain, I can get that door open.
Okay.
Let's drop the building.
Captain, how much room do you have on your ship? Our ship is no longer here, and like I said, I'm looking for a new job.
My ship, and if you can get me maybe something valuable, maybe we can work something out so there's room on the ship for you.
Well, how about these people and getting them off of this ship?
Yes.
Well,
They,
we'll have
they
to
don't
see.
need jobs. They just need to ride, and rides pay pretty well if you get them there.
Oh, that's
We'll
so
have
good.
to see how much value you can bring to the table then to get everyone a ride.
Flynn, he then turns to you, Captain Balaji, and he says, "Hey, I mean, if we can secure some of the research that we were doing, Wayland, it's Wayland Yutani now, isn't it? I'm sure that they would more than compensate you."
Why don't you show us where these medical doors are, Flynn?
Of course, yes, no. We just had to go back up the junction that I was just at. It's right to our right.
All right, lead the way.
Okay. So we pause here for just a moment before we start heading back up there.
Oh wait, I'm also gonna come up to the kid up top to come down and meet with us.
Okay.
Before we do this, not leaving him behind.
Yep, we were just about to turn to him and Valerie. So, Valerie, you're currently in the ventilation shaft. You see this kid run up. He kind of runs into the room. He eyes up and down the barrels and stuff. He's kind of looking all around a little bit. He then turns around. He takes out like this small little PDA thing. It looks like he's like writing down just like a quick note in some sort of like device. You doing anything?
I'm gonna like push the barrel through the vent and just point my gun at him and say, "Freeze, brat! What the fuck are you doing here?"
The kid kind of looks up. He looks around for a moment. He can't seem to figure out where exactly the voice is coming from, and he says, "Who's that?"
I'm gonna do a command on him. You want to say like,
Okay.
over here in the vents, who are you and what are you doing on the ship? Not the right button.
That's okay. Go ahead and
Man.
remove. Yeah. If you already had a stress, you may have had to remove it. But that's fine. There you go. You rolled 2 successes there.
Do I get to... What's a flex that I can do for command? Hold on, let me check this.
Yep, go ahead.
You pretend to be as conscious.
None. Alright, cool. So... he's gonna tell me who he is and what he's doing on this ship.
Yeah, so as you kind of draw his attention in towards the vent, he realizes that you're holding a firearm on him, and he, slung around his shoulders, he's got like an incinerator unit on him, but it's slung to his back. He doesn't have it actively engaged or anything like that. And so he, as he's looking up, he's like putting the PDA thing in his pocket, and then when he sees the gun, he puts both of his hands up. He says, "Whoa, hey, I'm Mickey. What the hell?"
What are you doing, Mickey? What are you doing on this ship? It's dangerous.
Well, he's just stammering a bit.
Who brought you on the ship, Mickey? Why are you here?
The captain, he said that, I don't know, I just do what I'm told. And he starts to, you can see he's tearing up. He's really, really scared.
All right, listen, if you just put your incinerator on the floor, I won't shoot you, okay?
Okay. You can see he takes his left hand and he like pulls on the what am I thinking of? The strap that is around the incinerator. He pulls it up over his head and he kind of lets it drop to the floor and then goes back to holding his hands up. You can see that he's like actively crying at this point. He's just like, okay.
Do we hear the thing hit the ground?
Make an observation roll for me. You're a bit far away, up the hall from where Mickey is, but yeah, there's a chance. 1 success. Yeah, you would hear the gun clatter to the floor. And I would say that this is You're probably almost close to the end of the conversation where Rye was just saying that they needed a new job, and the captain was just about to tell Liam to lead the way.
Also, there's like a weird barrel and event cover in the hallway up there now.
Okay, yeah. Yep.
Gonna like put my gun away and say, "All right, Mickey, now, come on, what are you doing here? What? Why did your captain come to this ship?"
He starts to like lower his hands a little bit as he sees that you've put the gun down. He doesn't totally put them down. They're like sort of limply at his side more though than like above like where his head's at. He's still crying a little bit. He's like, well, we're just here for loot, you know? We're looters.
You're pirates or salvagers?
A little of A, a little of B. Look, we were following the Montero, okay? That's what we were doing initially. And then that ship exploded. So we came in to see what was up and see if there's anything valuable we could make it out with.
There's a lot of monsters on this ship, a lot scarier than people with guns. So we need to leave as soon as we can, okay?
Monsters?
Yeah. There's something bad in the air that if you breathe it, it'll kill you and turn you into a monster.
And Mickey is like, he's just no question behind him. He's just totally believing what you're saying. He's like wide-eyed a little bit at this point. He stopped crying because he's so shocked by what you're telling him. And he says, oh my God. Pin, any reaction from you? Do you want to start making your way up there? What would you like to do?
I'm gonna, damn kid, and start walking.
As he's doing that, I'm gonna look to the captain and be like, Captain, there's gonna be two people here, two types of people. People are scared for their lives and are just looking for a way out, and people really aren't on your side. I'd hate for you to mistake one for the other and have what happened to me, where you just lose people to some stupid shit. There is one guy named Wilson, and he'll say company this and company that. And he told me he had something very, very valuable. I feel like that's my ticket, to have the other people here and get them out of here. Anything else is just a bonus. And working together is a lot easier than fighting each other while there's something else in these fucking vents.
Okay. If you want to help us get what's valuable here and whatever this vaccine is that apparently we need, if you're on our side, if you can point out who's good and who's bad, maybe we can work together.
Everybody's good except for the one person who has the most valuable thing on the ship. There might be other things of value, but the way it was said to me, it was the most valuable thing on this ship, the main thing on this ship, which might have to do something with the virus at play. Liam here, I wouldn't let him out of your sight. I haven't seen him for a while, but I did see him before, so he actually might know where that person is.
Liam turns to you and says, "What? No, I just didn't want to get incinerated. When you guys held up everybody on the crew, I ran. I just ran."
Yeah, you just have to forgive me. My one friend, he literally had no choice. Was told to do it, doesn't literally have a choice. Me, saw somebody's head explode, was kind of freaking out at the moment. But here we are, and hopefully, no more heads are exploding.
All right.
So your friends like lighting people on fire?
No, a monster attacked us, and then a group of people with guns came up, and before anything was said, shots were done. Would you not do the same? If I pull up my gun and shot right away, you wouldn't shoot back? That's crazy.
So
And as you
if
guys are
we're-
talking, just to sort of put a break on the scene for the moment, in the distance, you hear this ungodly scream. And it sounds like it's coming from a fair distance away. You're barely kind of making it above the hum of the air scrubbers kind of going that you can kind of hear from down the hallway, especially for you, Rye. And it raises everybody's stress by 1.
Sorry, I didn't mean to roll.
All good. That. Oh, I deleted your observation roll on accident. Well, it's fine. We resolved that. But yeah, except for Valerie and Mickey, and I would say Pin, as the time is you're far enough up there that you wouldn't have heard that scream either. Okay. I think we'll end our session here for today.
Wow.
Good stuff, everybody. Well played.
Phenomenal.
Wow, we're really a lot less fucked now.
Cinema.
Pin here.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot happened there.
We
No one's
still
even
don't know
worried
where
about cheese
is.
yet. Yeah, I was just there. We yep.
I mean, honestly, cheese is probably fucking gone. Also, Valerie doesn't know about cheese. I don't think Valerie knows that
No,
they
Valerie
have.
wouldn't. Yeah.
There will be no effing chat
we
for
should have
cheap.
picked the dog.
Yep. Dog wouldn't be cared about.
The dog, like, would turn into a much spookier neomorph than a cat, probably.
I disagree.
It could have maybe been useful for like bait or something. I don't know. Or for smelling and sensing things. The cat's just been on the ship. Dogs like follow you around to like sense things and know.
Well, I do gotta say,
Oh wait, did the cat blow up on the ship?
for all you
Is
know,
the
yeah.
cat dead maybe? The cat's probably
I'm
dead.
hoping.
I was hoping.
I do gotta say, we came very close to the end of our game this session.
Oh my god.
Yeah. We almost ended the
Wow.
game before the new guy even joined.
Yeah, that was almost the end. If you guys had insisted even after my explanation, we would have just rolled with it, and yeah, that would have been it.
Boom.
Damn. But yeah, a lot going on, quite a bit going on. For next time, next Saturday, the 1st. Are we still good for 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, same time?
Yeah.
I'd say
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Well, if anybody's schedules change, just let me know. We can make some adjustments if needed. We can maybe move to Sundays or something if we need to. And yeah, we'll kind of go from there. But yeah, good stuff, everyone. We are almost into Act 3, pretty much. In fact, we kind of already skipped ahead, kind of to Act 3. So when we get back, I'll figure out if I need to give out new agenda cards or not. I'll also assign you campaign points if you've earned them, and we'll kind of go from there.
Cool. We're playing everyone.
Yeah, good stuff. That was really entertaining. I really thought you guys almost died. I was like, holy shit.
That was fun. My bad for spoiling the pirates thing. I didn't even think about that. I shouldn't have even said that when he asked what were we doing here. I just like said it, and then I was like, I'm an idiot.
That's okay. Things happen. But yeah, cool. I'll stick around if anyone has any questions or anything to clarify about, next session or anything like that. But otherwise, yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Yeah. I'll give you some insight into how I'm seeing all this when I hop in the Blaze when everyone's done talking.
Okay, sounds good.
We're gonna have my mic muted for a second. Yeah, that was a really good session.
It was definitely fun.
Next session's gonna be even funner. Oh boy.
Oh yes, indeed.
You do a really good job at voice acting.
Wait, who? Stan?
You, Laz.
Oh, it's a lot of just playing a lot of D&D, and I was a theater kid back in the day, so this shit
You're
is my
definitely good at
jam.
it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I try when I get nervous and I just talk regular for everybody.
No, I mean, keep in mind, a lot of people, when it comes to D&D, it's like funny voices and stuff are fun, and it's cool, but don't feel that you have to do it. I do it because it helps my immersion, right? Like I like to methodly become that character, because if it is more believable, it helps my immersion to get locked in, and it also helps like kind of build up a character that I'm playing as, whether it's Damien or Wilson or any of the characters I've ever, had a voice for campaigns, so. But don't feel the need to you have to do a voice or anything. You don't have to. You just play as like with your normal voice and it'll still be the same.
Oh yeah, I know. I just want to and then I don't.
Yeah.
It's
one of those
man.
things.
Just go for it.
It's okay, Laz.
Yeah.
You inspire him. One day he's gonna pop out with one.
One day, Iker will
Yeah.
have his own racist Chinese
Nah.
accent.
Whoa.
You want rice? You want the rice? Yeah, just do a Blade Runner session where it's just full racist.
I'm just gonna
I
be
mean-
Borat the whole time.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright.
honestly, yeah, just whatever you want. I mean, to keep in mind, it's hard because for this game, when you're kind of predefined on a character, like I can do certain accents for Wilson, but like the goal in mind is like, how would Wilson act? And then I look at his profile, I look at his traits, I look at his personality, and then his description, and I think, oh, he's a corporate guy. So he's kind of educated, but he's also kind of a smooth talker. So, okay, we're going to go for like a Southern gentleman kind of approach here. Not New Orleans style full Cajun, but like something that's like pompous, but educated and like really like suave. So you gotta like, you'll find voices. You'll find
I've seen
voices that
most
match.
people play Wilson as a British person because they're just like, oh, posh British asshole? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, that works too, honestly.
Yep. I like the accent that you've chosen for him, though, because having watched a whole bunch of people do really bad British accents, it's a nice change of pace.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
I'm
British.
British, innit? Company agent,
Hey.
ain't I?
Ain't it, lads? Ain't it? We're going full procore now, lads. Lads, listen. I usually be fucked, but, was it me? I'm good guy Wilson J. You know me. Fish and chips and all.
I ain't taking no fucking inoculation, mate.
I ain't getting any knocked up, mate.
Oh, at that point, you just sound like a hard boy. You're like,
This is Wilson. Wilson, I'm with Wayland you Johnny, mate. You don't bugger off with him.
There's something in the water.
Something in the water. What do you mean there's something in the water? No, there's just something in the fucking water.
I feel a little coffee, a little something in the fish and chips, I think. Oh, I'm a real old boy now. I can take it. No, I love doing voices. It's one of the ups to being a GM. Whereas when you are playing a character when you're playing a character as a player, you're kind of locked into that character, and sometimes it's hard because some voices kind of don't make too much sense in some settings. Like if I did a voice like a British voice, yeah, I could see that. But then if I did anything else, like at that point, it just doesn't feel immersive. I don't know, but I think yeah. Wilson's been fun. He's been it's been an interesting module. I think this is it's been very interesting. Because I think next session Wilson's dying. So
Yeah,
So
same with Rye.
yeah, I don't a lot about
next sex session.
You never
This is-
know.
unfortunately I do know.
Yeah, it's inevitable.
I
You never know, person who's ran this one.
The random module what happens. But no, it's keep in mind though, when I say this, I've had games where all my people have survived. I've had games where one person survived. So no, I think Stan said it best. There's no one way. Like you can run Chariot a million times, and it will always be different. Always, 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 always
Yeah.
be different.
I
Like
bet
you'll
if we
never.
would have escaped on that little ship and blew you guys up, that would have been an ending you didn't have before.
That would have blown. No pun intended. That would have blown me away because that would have ended the game. Like that would have like the session would have stopped today, and we would have been done. And I was like thinking, I was like morbidly thinking, like, is that gonna happen? Like that
Oh,
would be
it's gonna
insane.
happen. I was like, victory.
But the dice god said no, and unfortunately, Miller had to pay the price.
Yeah, Miller sucked at doing every single roll.
Poor Miller.
Yeah, your Miller was rough, man.
All she wanted to do was get some money and get a new ship, and then blew up instead.
If it makes you feel any better, Iker, every game I've ran with any of the players that play Miller, Miller for some reason is a character that is prone to just having a bad time. I've had games where my player Miller was struggling and they got impaled by the alien. I had a game where my Miller, like, they had the whole crew like distrust her, and instead of trusting Miller, they trusted Wilson.
Did you ever have a Miller drop her gun every time she tried to shoot it and then blow herself up when trying to escape?
Nah, I've had a couple of Millers do that, but not to the extent. Like I've seen drop item. I think Freeze has showed up so many times in the
It has,
rolls.
yeah.
It's actually insane because thankfully no one has gotten like the worst one you can get is catatonic. If you get
I don't-
catatonic,
Oh, my
Mhm.
bad. I don't
No, you're
think I
good.
got a successful attack with Miller. I think I literally
No.
froze or dropped my gun every time, and then I blew myself up.
It's it's funny you bring this up because I mentioned it to Lurk in our other game a while back. Or I guess it was, I think, post game. I said the real threat here isn't necessarily the PvP or the creatures. They are threatening. The real threat this game, and in this module that really emphasizes the point, is there's no way to rely. Oh fuck! I forgot to use my signature. Oh well. Yeah, one of the biggest threat in this module is it is the constant stress buildup. What stress you have right now outside of signature usage is going to stay that way because very likely there's not really any safe places.
Yeah, and we don't have anyone with the banter ability like at the other map.
Yeah, without banter, stress is gonna really pile, and we don't have Neperline, or at least not that I know.
Yeah,
Someone might have.
no, we don't have any.
Yeah. So, and that's the thing about this module is it really like every action you do that requires a roll is the most scariest fucking thing in the world. Like when put it this way, when I do something and I don't think it needs a roll, I'm like, oh, thank God. But then when the dreaded words, roll that contact for me, and then I'm like, oh fuck. That's the thing that adds even more fear is Lurk Lurk will throw it if like Lurk makes you do a roll and your stress is already high. You're going to tense and clench your ass up, and you're going to be like, oh god, please, 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 no ones, no ones, no ones, and yeah, it just gets scarier and scarier. So
It was fun having the bad rolls though, because on the other game when I was the assistant GM, unlike the two characters, I'd only had good rolls on both of them. Like every time they were.
Yeah, your
epic.
Ulrich was fucking destroying shit.
yeah, Ulrich was a Chad.
That's why he was so scary at the end, though. It was built up like, oh fuck, this guy's got his head together.
Yeah, honestly, I think you guys will like the conclusion to this because how this is going, it's either going to be a bloodbath or it's going to be going to be an Alien a movie equivalent scene where I'm trying to think of what movie this would be equivalent to.
Dude, this is like The Walking Dead after the zombies become irrelevant almost, is what it's gonna be like. We're gonna be fighting each other so much.
It's crazy because, like, PvP, like, I did not expect PvP so quickly. That's the crazy thing. I was like, oh, wow, this happened so fast. And so it's changed the whole game. Like, everyone, I imagine, had their own game plan of what they wanted to do and what to achieve. But from session 1 to now, it is like we were in a movie, right? We're in the movie, and instead of having the 3-part act system structure, we do part 1, and then immediately someone in the film studio says "fuck part 2," and they pull back the lever, and we're already into the, like near the climax, and it's crazy how fast it escalated. But that's a good thing, not a bad thing,
Yep.
because yet again, everything has been presented. Now it's time to fight or flight, and this goes for every single person. And it's great to see how people are like everyone's doing something so differently, their own motivation. It's oh god, I love it. It does feel like I'm in an Alien movie.
Pull in the Sotillo. I initially was not.
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I think that was the right call, to be honest. But yeah, that I was like, damn, Act 2 Sotillo. But yet again, it's just going to add more tension, more drama, and I'm here for it. I think it's going to be good.